Hi, everybody, and welcome to Traveling with Russell, and welcome to a new live stream. Yes, I thought today was a nice day to do a live stream rather than the weekend. Lots was kind of going on the last 2 days as well, so I thought today was a good day to catch up with everybody and see how everybody's going. I thought maybe we'd just do a bit of a general Q&A today. If anyone does have any questions, wants to know anything, maybe they've watched some of the videos recently, or you've watched some of the videos and you want to know a little bit more about them. It's nice and easy to kind of talk about what I saw in the videos or what I filmed, I guess. And then, rather than sort of just doing basic comments, I am doing my best to still continue my trend of answering every single question or comment, let's say, on the videos. Of course, I'm a little bit cautious about what I write. Of course, here in Moscow, Russia, there is obviously some limitations on what you can or can't say, how you can say it, certain words. So unfortunately, in the filtering of the comments, it does kind of withhold, or they're withheld. The certain comments are withheld as well. So unfortunately, not all of the comments post that people write, particularly if they include very specific words which are not, should we say, politically correct, I guess. Unfortunately, with a lot of things that are going on right now, there is certain wording that can explain things and certain wording can't explain things. Of course, there's a lot of different views from different media outlets who aren't even in either country that this is all going on in. And they're reporting on things that they're not even there to witness, let's say. So, yeah, it's very challenging. There is a couple of people who did post ahead of time here. So David Haratumarak, how's it going? This is a little bit Russian, so I'm gonna imagine it's a guy. I'll have to take a guess that it's a guy. I wonder. Let's see if it comes up with the English. Oh, Roman. There we go. How's it going, Roman Grizhun? I guess that's how it translates your name there. So Roman Grizhun is how that is. And he says he's waiting. So yes. And then David says buffering. I guess maybe he was clicking on it ahead of time. That's probably why it doesn't sort of come up. So, and I did actually put the welcome video for the channel as the live stream kind of a video, if that makes sense. So maybe you haven't seen that before. So it's kind of neat. Moscow Projects, how's it going? Thanks for a really nice tour of Moscow on Saturday. Sunday, yesterday, Saturday. Yes. My gosh. I've lost a little bit track of the days. And Brandon's here as well. How's it going, Brandon? Yeah, good to see you as well. I hope everybody's doing good. I've just watched a couple of TV shows. There's a show that I watch, I've been watching, called Lego Masters. And it's there's an American version, I think. There's a few other versions as well. But the Australian one just started its new season, and tonight was episode 5. So I basically download them. They're on, obviously, with a 7-hour time difference. They go on the internet for downloading a little bit later, or a little bit later on, I guess, time difference wise. So it was kind of neat. I could watch that episode tonight. We tired you out, yes. I had the wrong shoes on as well. My wife keeps telling me what to wear. Wear this when you go out, wear that when you go out, wear this sweatshirt. And every time I kind of do that, I'm always like inappropriately addressed for the occasion. So I'm wearing either the right shirt or the wrong sweatshirt or the wrong shoes or the right socks. So, oh, Isolde Borges. How's it going? I don't see that name before, so I haven't seen that name before. Oh, hello, neighbor. I live in a Prelivka, Moscow Oblast. What? We are neighbors. I'm in a Prelivka also. Leslie Burke. That's a very English or British name. So I wonder how close we are to each other. I wonder if you can look out your window, and I'll wave now. My window's right here, by the way. And I'll wave now. Maybe you can see from here. So yeah, you need to maybe look me up on Telegram, and maybe we can chat. And maybe if you live close by, we can certainly meet up very easily. I'm very often down at the train station, going to the Rinnock there. So yeah, I leave on Friday for the Horizon. I'll have to catch you on the next one. Yes, definitely going to the shops though, Brandon. Actually, I've got some news on that. Not that I'm going back on a ship news, but I've got some news on that I'll tell you in a little while. Yeah, definitely go in the shops and just mention my name pretty much to everybody that you see in the gift shops. If you can look for the shop manager as well, Jandre or Joandre, he's from South Africa. He knows me very, very well. We've worked together on quite a few ships. So definitely don't be afraid to sprinkle my name around. I don't know, maybe they'll laugh, maybe they'll cry, maybe they'll smile. Oh, Craggy, where have you been, Craggy? Pirate Craggy. I've done a few more live streams since my very first one, and I haven't sort of seen you in any of the streams. Maybe you're in the stream but didn't mention or chat or type anything. So yeah, please, anybody who wants to ask questions, let me know anything you want to know. I'll go through a couple of things that I'll just talk about as well if we don't sort of get enough comments. So yeah, Craggy, how's it going? Oh, I'm from Namibia, and I have a German name. Oh, okay, right on. Oh, right, so Namibia with a German name. Oh, so Borges, yeah, I guess that looks German, I guess. It looks a little bit South African or Dutch as well, maybe, but Isolde. I guess that's how you pronounce it. Sorry. There we go. Yeah, Leslie said, yeah, Leslie is my nickname. Oh, there we go. I found your channel because I found you in our local chat. Yes, I tend to post a lot in the Prelivka Facebook group. So Prelivka Soletino something else Facebook group. So yeah, I do tend to post in there. And I've kind of got a little bit famous from that, unfortunately, too. So I get noticed a lot. They tend to post sometimes on a Instagram page. And I was a little bit famous from that. So people still recognize me. Oh, I saw you on Instagram. And I don't even post my own things to Instagram. So, Craggy, thank you very much for the super chat. Wow. Yeah, you're here, always here. Maybe you are here on all of them. And obviously, I can only really see who's here from who chats. So that's the only thing. Where there's people just typing anything, then I know that people are here. So yes, thank you for the super chat. I don't know why I do this kind of thing. It's weird. Sorry, but yeah, thanks very much. I don't know if we are basically creating a microwave and toaster fund. Now my wife wants to go on a little bit of a short holiday too, coming up in May. I forgot the exact dates. Maybe Leslie knows better the dates, or Real Moscow. There's a kind of like I think it's even 9 or 10 days, I think. There's at least 6 or 7 days where we've got kind of holidays coming up. So my wife's sort of trying to plan out maybe going somewhere. We've kind of had a suggestion of going on a bit of a road trip with some friends, but we've kind of realized it might be a bit too long. They want to go for 9 days driving around, I guess, away from Moscow, of course, but I'm not sure exactly all the places they mentioned. But a pirate lurks. Yes, you do. Thank you. Oh, you love toasters. I love toasters. Yeah, we don't have a toaster here. Can you believe that? So yeah, it's basically a combined microwave and toaster fund that we're kind of aiming towards. My wife actually today mentioned about I said to her, how much would you be happy that I can earn from YouTube? So obviously the videos have ads showing, and there's an ad revenue element to YouTube once you go past 1,000 subscribers. And she did sort of mention a very big figure, which based on how much I post and the quality of the videos that I make, I don't think I can kind of catch up to it. Ray Jones, yes, not a shave. Just if I had a shave, it would be. I did have a haircut this afternoon. So yeah, I literally when I came back, I went to the shops this afternoon. In the afternoon to go and get some. Actually, to go and buy dinner. Basically, I decided to cook today, so I went and bought pasta carbonara from a cafeteria in at the shopping center, and then I bought some really delicious chocolate mousse, like chocolate mousse cake, which is absolutely phenomenal. And the lady, the only word she said to me in English was delicious, and I'm like, oh, I hope it is delicious, and it really was. But it had cherry. It had some cherries in it as well, but it was a chocolate mousse with cherries. Yes, so definitely had a haircut. The guy in the hairdressers, it's actually downstairs from my apartment here. He says I look 5 years younger. So yeah, if I have a shave tomorrow, I'll be definitely, and maybe I'll add another couple more years to that. Oh, David's here. So yeah, no offense. Type that buffering thing to say I'm waiting for the stream to start. Yes, thank you. Yeah, I noticed that there was a couple of comments prior to the stream starting. Obviously, not lots of people prior, come into my chats because it's not as, as popular as others, So, yeah, there we go. So Roman says the first to the 3rd of May, and then the 7th to the 10th of May. Yeah, these are I guess the rough dates that my wife mentioned. So she did suggest that we go to St. Petersburg for a few days. Maybe we could take the train there. She did suggest maybe we can go to Ufa, which is where she's from. We could fly to Ufa. Obviously, exactly the dates of the holidays tend to be like the most expensive flight ticket prices, of course, right? So we were kind of looking at a day before, a day after. My wife's sort of work hours are quite lenient because she works in a nail salon, which essentially works by appointment. So, she can basically just change her appointment times plus or minus a day for people. So it's a little bit easier. Yeah, thanks, I'm going to call you Roman, by the way. I think that we got the right name there from the translation. So thank you. 1st to the 3rd. And 7th to the 9th. So yeah, so sorry, 7th to the 10th. So the 9th of, I think the 9th of May, I believe, is the Victory Day. Is that what they're calling it? Actually, Roman, today, I'm not sure if, where are we here? Leslie, obviously Leslie's from a Prelivka as well. But today, this morning, I was sitting at the desk here and I had the window wide open and I could hear this like rumbling like aeroplanes. And because we're quite close to the flight path of Vnukovo Airport, you quite often hear planes kind of coming on their final approach to the airfield, I guess. And I just thought that sounds a lot louder, right? So I looked out the window, and there's basically formations of jet fighter planes flying over just off in the distance, sort of not close, but there was probably 8 or 9 planes in formation. Then there was quite a gap. And then there was a series of like helicopters. Then there was some more planes, and then some more planes. And then there was some looked like bombers, like seriously big planes as well. But they're rehearsing for the flyover for the Victory Day, I guess, on I think it's the 9th. I think I'll stand corrected You guys, you guys would know better probably better the dates of these things. I tend to sort of know things a day or two at the most before things happen here, so I'm not amazing about when I should know things happen. So only stress on the syllables in my name. Okay, so P. Oh, right, yeah. So I can see there. Right. Okay, I can see the first name now. I look at it. Thanks, Roman. Perfect. Pale Ale, how's it going? When you'll learn Russian? I don't know exactly. I'm learning it incredibly slowly. I do tend to sort of manage to remember quite a lot more words now than what I ever used to. So I used to just know literally one or two words, and I'm learning a lot more words, and I can even sometimes put a couple of words together in a makeshift sentence. So pale ale, I'm learning but not learning. I don't know if that's a good or bad. I think it's probably a bad thing. I really should, set myself on getting a teacher. I really don't want to do anything online where people are doing these like Skype call type trainings things. I'd really want to sit down with somebody where they either come to the apartment here or I go to their apartment or we meet at a coffee shop or something, and then, go through things where I could learn, certain words or sentences or however they teach the basic Russian. So, on the second syllable, I only stress on the syllables. Syllables. I've got to get that word in English right. I keep wanting to say symbols. I watched a crazy YouTube video 2 days ago about this guy that's, how niche YouTube is, right? And there's a channel about everything, and the guy has a YouTube channel about playing drums, and everything in the whole world is his channel about drums and drumming and playing drums and buying drum sets. And he bought a kid's, like very basic kid's drum set. And he proved that, a drummer or a professional drummer can play a kid's drum set. And they basically just changed a few things, made a few modifications, and they changed the symbols to other types of symbols. So, wow, symbols and syllables. I guess everybody watches all sorts of YouTube channels, right? Beyond watching me, I guess. Blogging Trucker, how's it going? Russell, please, do you know any other languages other than English? That's a good question. I know maybe a few words almost in every language in the world, but that comes about from working on cruise ships. So obviously the ships go to Mexico, Cozumel. So you learn a little bit of Spanish. Hola, ¿cómo está? Hasta luego. I know I don't know anything that's kind of conversational languages, but I know words. I think from the cruise ships, you kind of learn a lot of words from every crew member's language, and you kind of use them as a bit of a fun thing with each other that, somebody from on the opposite sides of the world knows words in someone else's language, which is kind of the funny thing. So yeah, I know, to know, like I mentioned this in another stream, I think, like on the cruise ships, every crew member on every ship almost in the world calls rubbish or trash basura, which is Spanish for rubbish. So you say you're going to take out the basura. Oh, it's my turn to do the basura. Like, because I work in the shops, we create a lot of garbage from packaging, and we have to do like a rotation. Who's going to go down to the garbage room with the garbage? So with the basura. So you say basura. So even if you don't speak languages at all, that's the word for it. So Pirate Craigie says, learn Russian. I know, for example, the English. Just talk very loudly. Everyone can understand you then. Seems to work. Yes. My wife is always telling me to speak a little bit quieter, especially when we're out in public. Obviously, it turns heads a little bit when you're speaking English in Russia, right? So actually, probably Real Moscow might have noticed this from when we walked around Moscow on Saturday. We went for a walk around the Moscow Center region, Moscow Center area. And I mean, I always notice it in the corner of my eye a lot when we were chatting. There was people noticing that we were speaking in English, and obviously we were kind of conversating about things that we saw and noticed and looked at. And there's always people, looking around at us speaking in English, in quite side streets and back alleys and sort of things like that. So which wouldn't be normal, right, for the average person walking around. So. I don't know any Armenian, unfortunately, David. There was pretty much the languages that you learn is pretty much from the crew on the ships. Most cruise ships have around about 50 countries of crew on board, maybe 52, 55, but it's pretty much 50 countries of crew members. Typically, bigger cruise ships have about 1,000 to 1,500 crew members on board. But yeah, I don't even remember any. I mean, I was over 20 years working on cruise ships, and I don't remember any Armenian crew members. It's interesting now when I think about it, how many, obviously, Russian, Ukrainian crew members there are on cruise ships. There's quite a lot. I mean, in terms of now that you kind of remember, and even looking at my friends list on Facebook, for instance, how many, crew members I knew, or even before, even going back before I met my wife and living here and things like that. So, yeah, it's no Armenian. I know there's a lot of Armenian, I guess, wines or brandies here. That seems to be a bit of a thing in the liquor stores. Pirate says, cruise ships. I have a question. Was watching a documentary about people living on cruise ships. Do you ever come across that? I've seen a couple of kind of YouTube videos, not necessarily I guess they're documentaries, but about building the cruise ships. Like these, big ship kind of shows and documentaries. I've not really watched any about living on cruise ships. I should probably see if there's any. I think is there one not on Netflix? I'm sure I've heard about one recently that everybody kind of tends to has been watching. I don't remember the name of it though. This, working on Carnival Cruise Line, there was nothing on the cruise ships I've ever worked on where they filmed anything about, working on cruise ships. We had CNN come visit one time, and they did basically a thing about, behind the scenes on a cruise ship. And I remember sort of seeing the film crew just briefly, walking around. I saw Shaquille O'Neal once. He came on the ship. He was filming an advert for the cruise line. He's like the brand. What is he? The chief fun officer. Shaquille O'Neal is for Carnival Cruise Line. So, yeah, I've never seen any any documentaries filmed on the ships I've worked on. Let's put it that way. Actually, quite a lot of years ago, there was a dating show. I was on Carnival Fantasy, which was doing 3 and 4 day cruises to the Bahamas. And I think it was maybe only on for like one season, but it was about couples coming on a cruise ship and, going off in the port to the Bahamas. And they basically tried to wrangle the show about them hooking up with other people on board and not staying together as a couple on the cruise and stuff like that. And but that was years and years ago. Because I remember them coming. One of the girls in one of the couples came in the liquor store and was chatting to my friend Paul, we were working together. Paul, another Australian, and the girl was chatting to him. He was quite good looking, an Aussie accent, and the film crew was across, not near where we were. They were kind of across from the shops filming, and obviously she had a mic on and everything, and she was trying to basically talk to him, and they were obviously trying to create a bit of a storyline in the show. So Yeah, nothing really that I know of documentary wise. No, I didn't even notice that somebody is looking at us. Yeah, Moscow. I notice it a lot that people always kind of just look around or turn their head, and I don't let it bother me at all anymore. I mean, I'm not worried that people are listening in or checking what we're saying. I mean, I'm happy if someone else speaks English or wants to chat about things or share views about things. Um, yeah, it doesn't worry me as much. It worries my wife a lot more. I think that when we're talking and that we're talking in English. Unfortunately, most people think I end up being American, not Australian. So I have to correct people a lot, or I'm very quick to tell them where I'm from, just to just to quash the fact that I'm not from America or maybe from England or sort of a different country. So, um, people, passengers, i.e., living on board for 10 years. Yeah, I've heard about this. There is on the carnival ships that I've worked on, there wasn't people living on board for extended periods. There was people that did like 3 or 4 or 5 cruises, what they call back to back to back cruising. I know there is a guy on one of the Royal Caribbean ships that's lived on them for quite a few years. He's actually like a day trader. I've forgotten his name now, but he lives on the Royal Caribbean ships. But they've even got he's even got like his own chair and table up by the pool. That's his chair and table. But he's quite well known amongst other cruisers as well. So people want to take photos with him. He wants to chat to him. Yeah, I think on Cunard or on the old Cunard ships like the QE2 and Queen Mary, there was people living on board. There is actually cruise ships now that are. There's one called the World, and there's one called Residence C, which is where you can buy condos on the ship. So they've basically built the ship around 1 or 2 or 3 bedroom kind of apartments where they've basically got bedrooms and bathrooms and a kind of a little sitting area or a lounge room. Yeah, the Residency and the World. There's a couple of others that are kind of coming out as well, but it's incredibly expensive to buy these condos or apartments. Obviously, you're in another level of wealth. I think you've even got to qualify with having so much money because the ongoing costs. You don't have to be on the ship even if you own them, but you can fly into any port of call where it is. I think for the World, is it the World or the Residency? One of them. There's a kind of a determined itinerary. The residents sort of sit together and come up with an itinerary every year. So they try to go to events. So they want to be in Monaco for the Grand Prix. They want to be in South America for that the parade in Rio de Janeiro. They might want to be where the country is for the World Cup football, for instance. And then there's also like a captain's choice. So on days at sea, that there might be kind of 3 or 4 days in a row where they've not got a schedule, so the captain can choose to go to a different country. Captain's choice. It's very interesting. Yeah, some sort of a retirement thing. Is a guy in the US spending 150K a year staying on board. Yeah, there's kind of a thing about this. Like this has actually been for a long time. I think even Blogging Trucker might know about this. That where the cost of living in kind of assisted care living in America, for instance, and the ongoing monthly or yearly costs with living in retirement villages or assisted care living, it would be cheaper to live on the cruise ship based on, the weekly or monthly or yearly costs. You can basically get the cruise line to give you a price of a cabin for however long you want to go on board. You divide that by how many days in the month or year. And it's kind of a forever, never-ending kind of social media post, if you like, where people, question would it be viable or not. I mean, you don't have food costs, you don't have, maintenance of your house because it's the cruise ship. You know what I mean? A bulb goes, you just call the electrician, and a lot of things could be kind of fixed on board, if that makes sense. You don't have that cost. I have sea illness and never been on a cruise ship and don't want to. I'm afraid. What if there will be an iceberg? Yeah, the ships I was on was in the Caribbean, so no chance of icebergs. Yeah, you don't really go seasonally to areas where the weather is that bad. So in Europe, they're here in summertime. In Alaska, they kind of go in the summertime of the northern hemisphere of Alaska. So the ships avoid kind of any of that iceberg kind of stuff. That's really on television and movies. So yeah, what about the river cruises in Moscow? You could go on one of those. That would be kind of neat. The Radisson and the different ones, the Moss float. Is it Moss float? There's a couple of, for anybody that comes to Moscow, there's quite a lot of river cruises that go around the Moscow center, Moscow region area. But they've got a couple of like cheaper versions, which is like the low cost river boats where they're 300 or 400 or 500 rubles for a kind of a trip. Yeah, just in case you want one to know. Oh, there we go. Snorakuten. Oh, that's a bit of a. Where is it on here? Shorakutran. I'll have to see what it is on the translate. It's translating from Bulgarian. You said Armenian to English. It doesn't want to translate. What? Schnorkatun. Schnorkatun? I think I'm nowhere near saying that right, David. Russell, what was the first cruise you worked on and what country did you sail from? The first cruise I worked on was the Norwegian Star. It was a ship out of Houston, Texas, back well before ships were sailing out of Galveston, Texas. So yeah, it was 22 years ago. We did cruises called the Texaribian cruises because it was going from Texas to the Caribbean. And then they had a dolphin. They had a cowboy. The picture on the T-shirt was a dolphin with a cowboy on it, with a cowboy hat on. The dolphin was riding a cowboy was riding a dolphin on the picture there. Yeah, that was we sailed from Houston, Texas, and then we were going to basically just to Cozumel and to Calica, which was Playa del Carmen. So we actually had an overnight there, so that people could go to Cancun and to Playa del Carmen. And Calica was basically just a harbor. There was nothing there at all. And then you'd actually go to Playa del Carmen by bus or taxi. And then the bus to go to Cancun was about an hour each way. And then the next day, you'd then go to Cozumel. So you'd have kind of long stays in the ports. And then we would go down to Roatan. And we'd actually be in Coxon Hole in Roatan. This was before they built actually Coxon Hole is where the Royal Caribbean ships go to now. There, so yeah, Royal Caribbean. That's the one of the guys. Yeah, there's an older guy. Oh my gosh, I'd love to know his name. No, he's very famous. Oh, Super Mario. There he is. Meet Super Mario, Royal Caribbean's most loyal customer, Mario Salcedo, living on Royal Caribbean cruise ships permanently and gives. So there's actually even a video about it. And is this the same? Yeah, he's been living on cruise ships for 20 years. That's crazy. Yeah, he's I'm pretty sure he's a day trader. And that's what I'm pretty sure that he does. He's lived ship to ship for 2 decades, according to New York Times. He's the happiest guy in the world. Yeah, there we go. Their jobs now consist of coordinating. No, there's a bit of a story, kind of a long story. It's a lifestyle he took up some 23 years ago, and after living a lucrative career in finance and with the exemption of COVID interruption, hasn't left since, eliminating all non-valuable added activities from his life, such as taking out the garbage or doing laundry. Toledo enjoys cruising on his own terms, rarely disembarking on stops and ensuring other large group activities that most of the vacationing shipmates enjoy. Yeah, so he doesn't get off in the ports. He just happily lives on the ship. and he's completely happy. Oh, Shipmates, name of the TV show. Yeah, that was the one, Brandon. Yeah, it was quite a lot. Maybe it's still on. I wonder. It was on years ago. Um, yeah, the cruise in Moscow not as long as the sea cruises, short journeys they can do it. Yeah, right. You can go on like for an hour or two. Hi, Russell. Nice to see you. May I ask you if you have noticed something about sanctions that people feel will stay forever? Yeah, this is interesting. When I was walking with Real Moscow Projects on Saturday, we didn't sort of talk about it too much. I mean, people don't talk about things that are happening here. I mean, of course, Real Moscow and I, we were chatting about, everything and everything. And, but, generally people don't mention it. If you try to, it's not, I guess, polite sometimes to bring it up with each other as well. So, yeah, that will stay forever. I mean, this is kind of a tough thing because we just don't know in the short term, will, things, let's say the word end or stop. And then will, companies resume or start again or continue? I mean, there's a lot of, these aren't big, they're not small decisions to make, right? So just saying you're going to, walk away from Russia as a company, for instance, right? I mean, I think like just talking about like Shell and BP and the fuel companies, I mean, these are, billion dollar decisions to walk away from Russia. There was one that I just, even literally before I went live, I was looking at the quick news stories, and one there says that there's an airplane leasing company, that there's 24 planes in Russia that are basically on lease to different Russian airlines. And that company basically has given up already the opportunity to get the planes returned to them or to go and get them. So they're going to write off the losses of those 24 airplanes. And I assume they'd somehow, I don't know what would happen. Another airline would take them over or something. I don't know. Yeah. If you have noticed something about sanctions that people feel will stay forever. Yeah, I guess, like we mentioned there about like McDonald's, for instance. I mean, will McDonald's reopen? I mean, I think it will. When, I don't know. I mean, this is the kind of $1 million question, I guess. How long's a piece of string? It's difficult to answer it from a kind of a, the average person's view of things. You know what I mean? Some people don't want brands to come back, and didn't need them, didn't want them, don't know about them. I mean, if I can not be rude here, but say the average babushka here, elderly grandmother, she doesn't go to the shopping mall and doesn't interact with H&M and Zara and, Bershka and things like that. So it doesn't affect her. I mean, more than likely, most of the foods that the average person eats here isn't necessarily imported Western foods, so that wouldn't affect somebody either, so, it really kind of boils down to maybe a lot of things like based around employment. So if you work for a foreign company that's decided to pause or stop operations, decide to leave Russia, so do they sell the business to somebody else and let them continue running it? This is sort of, oh my gosh, it's crazy to think about. I mean, unless you're kind of immediately involved in that business that's affected, let's say for my wife and I, virtually nothing that's happened is affecting us in the short term. I mean, ultimately, the sanction that's affecting us is the banking. My cards, like our Australian bank accounts, won't work in Russia. And then ultimately, if we go to Australia, Jen's Russian cards won't work outside of Russia. So that's kind of a problem. Yeah, wow, that's amazing. Out of Texas to the Caribbean. Yeah, this cruise is going from Galveston. Now, of course, it's a big deal. But back then, it was no one knew about it. They even have a cruise terminal built in La Porte, Texas, which is where the ships, I think even Royal Caribbean at one point was sailing out of there. And it's never been used to this day. Houston is not on water. Yeah, the Houston Harbor is huge. I mean, actually, it added another 4 hours from where the ships left from in Houston, in La Porte, to get to the Gulf. That's why ultimately ships went out of the Gulf of Mexico, out of Galveston, because it just eliminated that 4 hour each way extra journey to get to the port, and then the amount of fuel and things like that. So, Roman also lives near Vnukovo Airport. Yes, so I'm in Prelivka, so I'm a little bit further down Kiev Shusay or Kiev Highway. Yeah, I was actually today at Solaris, so I took the bus and went to Solaris shopping center, had some lunch, and then I went and did some shopping to bring home dinner. So I just had a bit of a walk around there. It was a bit rainy today, so I didn't really plan to go out too far, do things. Steven Seagal, have you ever been on a cruise with him as a chef? Under Siege movie? No, I haven't. I know the movie very well, though. I've watched it a few times. I could watch that movie over and over. Yes, so yeah, that's the Mighty Missouri, isn't it? The battleship, the Mighty Mo, is the ship it's referencing. So, Iliasiano. Sorry, I'm going to get your. I guess it's Iliasiano. I understand some people don't even want to talk about it. So sanctions forever are not in their dictionary yet. You answered me exactly what I wanted to know. Thank you. Yeah, it's, I mean, I don't know how to say it. I mean, on Saturday morning before I went to Moscow, I went to the local church, actually kind of by accident, because I didn't know they had a bit of a thing going on for Easter, as big as I thought it was. And I kind of scanned. There was about 300 or 400 people there waiting to be blessed for Easter. And I kind of scanned everybody as I was looking around, because everyone's like standing around. And I happened to come across the couple with kids, and he spoke absolutely perfect English, like really perfect English. And I got very lucky because I kind of always look for that kind of middle, younger family, maybe student who I know would speak English rather than, chatting to someone that doesn't. So I don't, just ask him what was happening at the church. And he was saying that he doesn't live in the area where we live here. He lived further away from a Perlivka, and they just come to this church. And I asked him, I said, look, can I ask you about, what's going on and things like that? He said, and his answer was that nobody will really know what will happen until 50 years from now, is what he said. And I think, I didn't really ask him anything else after that. I said, yeah, okay. You know what I mean? I understand, you know what I mean? And I think is it a touchy subject? I don't think it is. I think everyone has an opinion and everyone has a right to one, but it's how everybody's opinion's interpreted, because, people don't want to see bad things happen. There's a very close tie between Russian and Ukrainian people. Obviously, Ukraine was part of the former Soviet Union years ago. So there's a lot of Ukrainians in Russia. There's a lot of Russians in Ukraine. A lot of people do have family, going down the bloodlines of their family. So that reference that he made was quite interesting, that, nobody will know what will happen until 50 years from now. So, take that how you like, I guess. Technically, you should swim on a ship straight from Mexico to 5 different seas. From Moscow to 5 different seas. Oh, there we go. You can swim on a ship straight from Moscow to 5 different seas. The Azov, the Baltic, the Black Sea, Caspian, and White Sea. Wow. Thanks, Roman. I learn things every day, and I should know far more than what I do know. And I know so much silly stuff and not sometimes practical things. That's interesting, though. The Azov, I guess these are different seas or oceans or rivers, or, from the Moskva River, I guess. Yeah, we truly see the sanctions, but not so much as we thought we would be. Things are quite good now. Yeah, I think there was obviously an initial jolt or a bit of a scare or fear in the very beginning. that things were ultimately just going to shut down. Everything's gone. Everything's run out. There's nothing left. But, it's not the case. If you can, a name drop for the most famous people whilst working in the cruise industry you have met. I met. I met the owner of Carnival Cruise Line, or Carnival Corporation. He's the majority owner of the company. He's the owner of Miami Heat basketball team, Mickey Arison. He has been on quite a lot of cruises that I've worked on, but obviously I physically met him and shook his hand, and okay, we just said hello, how are we going? And that's famous in terms of the cruise industry. Famous. I've met I've met weird people, really. I met there's an Australian football coach or a former player called Paul Roos, or Roosie, Paul Roos, like kangaroos. And a guest came in the shop to buy something, and his name was like, I don't know, remember now, Gary Roos or David Roos. And I'm like, what's the chances that you're related or know Paul Roos? He's like, oh, that's my son-in-law. And I'm, no, come on. And he's like, and he pulls out his wallet and shows me the photograph of Paul Roos. And in terms of football, he's quite a hero in Australian rules football. So, so it's, I guess, him. More famous. There's a very famous, I think he's Canadian. Back when the ozone layer and environmental things were a big deal, Dr. David Suzuki. He came on a cruise, and he came in the shop, and I think me and another guy that I worked with, Barry, his name was, recognized him. He's very distinct. He's got that kind of Japanese look to him, and he's got that beard, that kind of, the Japanese beard, like Mr. Miyagi style. And he was a big deal in the 80s, especially back before the environment was a big thing. He was sort of onto it back then. I guess that's famous. The weird thing was, right back at home last year, I bumped into our local politician, and he was part of the reason I actually voted for him, because he was so open on social media and posting a lot of things and wanting to do things for the local community. And I've seen him twice. I saw him once at the supermarket, and I saw him again at like a farmer's market with my mum. And I'm like, and he said, oh, hey, Russell, how you going? And I'm like, oh, Matt. And then he walks by, and I said to my mum, I said, that's Matt Whitfield, the local politician. And she's like, okay. And I got a bit starstruck. You know how you get starstruck when you see people? Yeah, I heard that India is going to open some shops with Indian cosmetics, and it's really wonderful. I love Indian cosmetics, but I can buy it not everywhere, just during Indian Bazaar Fest. Oh, that's interesting that there'll be Indian cosmetic stores. I went to a shopping area in Moscow a couple of weeks ago with my wife. And they had Indian guys selling, they had like hardware shops, and they were selling like doorknobs, latches, hinges, kitchen cupboard, the little handles on the kitchen cupboards behind me. And I went into one of the shops because I saw these Indian guys. I'm like, oh, you guys must be cricket fans. Who's your favorite player? They're like, oh, we don't really follow cricket. I said, you're Indian. That's part of your life, Oh, we've lived in Moscow like 30 years now. So yeah, I guess there's Indians living in Russia. Blogging trucker. Now, this has actually got me right to the perfect question. Can you start up a new business in Russia if you are there on a visa? Now, blogging trucker. So as of this afternoon, my wife called me while I was on the bus going to the shopping center to Solaris. She's like, oh, good news. We've got to go to Moscow tomorrow at 10 a.m. So tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. We've got to go to the visa office, the Ministry of I don't know, it's immigration or foreign affairs in Moscow Center. And I'm going to get my Russian residency visa. It's approved. It was approved about 2 weeks ago. And tomorrow I get this. I guess I'm getting a stamp in my passport officially tomorrow at 10 a.m. And I'll tell you the kind of crazy little thing about this, right? So this morning, my wife went to work, I don't know, in the morning time. So I started sort of tidying up. She's like, make the bed, clean the kitchen, things like this. So I made the bed and everything. And I just sort of tidied up things that were around in the other room, in our lounge room. And we, about 2 weeks ago, my wife said to me, she goes, oh, there's this little kind of thing that we do in Russia. We get a mirror, she's got a little, a little small mirror on a hinge, on a stand, and you put money in front of it so that it looks like you've got twice as much money and it gives you good luck. She said it's a Russian thing that it gives you good luck. So this was about 3 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. And I think the same day or the next day, we got a call that my visa was ready. Right? I'm like, wow, this money thing must work. Okay. There was nothing to do with money, right? I mean, it was a visa, not we made money or won lotto or something. And then today, ironically, I looked in the cupboard where Jen's got the mirror with some money sitting there. And we've got this other little secret box. My wife and I lived alone, right? And we've got this secret box with some other money in it. Not a lot. It's like for rainy days, in case the world ends. God, there's some money in there. So I thought, I'll put that money in front of the mirror. This small money we've got in this emergency secret box. And what would you know? So I did everything. I cleaned up everything. Then I thought, I'll catch the bus and go to the shopping center. And then I'll bring dinner home. And Jen calls me while I'm sitting on the bus. She's like, where are you? I said, I'm on the bus. She goes, good news. We're going tomorrow for your visa. And I said, Jen, you know what this means? I said, do you know why it happened? I said, I put money in front of that mirror again. So if anybody who's Russian in the chat wants to prove me right or wrong about putting money in front of a mirror, or if anyone else in the world's heard about it, it happened twice. And today was a perfect example of that. And there's no money involved in what happened with the visa to tomorrow, right? We just go there, give them the passport and some documents, and I'm assuming there's a stamp in my passport or a sticker or something. I don't know what they do. So yeah, hey Russ. Oh, Easelcat, how's it going? Hey Russ, how have you been? The mall video was a trip. How have you been? The mall video was a trip. Yeah, that was on Friday. I went there. I pretty much film things. I'm just going to open the window, everybody, by the way. So let me just stand up here. Oh. Oops. What am I doing? Oh, hopefully it's not too noisy. Magically now we'll hear an aeroplane going by. We'll hear cars screaming on the only road we've got downstairs. Just got really hot in here. It's actually quite warm in Moscow, by the way. It's 11 degrees outside on the balcony. 11.8. Actually, it's exactly right, because on my computer it says 12. And inside the kitchen here, it's 27. So yeah, can I set up a new business? Just to end that quickly, I can do everything legally in Russia as of tomorrow. I think I need to just change some other documents, but I could. I don't know what I'd do yet. I've got a million ideas, but I don't know which one would work out. Yeah, that was Friday. I went to film. Actually, I filmed the 2 videos on the same day. So there was supermarket one, that's the IKEA rebuild, and the Moscow, that was Crocus City Mall that I went to in that luxury mall video. That's the same place. There's 3 shops or 3 malls on the same area or territory. Imagine 3 malls glued together. Yeah, it was pretty neat. I've never been there before, and I didn't know about it properly. We've driven past Vegas before, but never gone there. So yeah, it was crazy place. Strong Russia. Long live Russia. Total 83 countries with you. Oh, there you go. Maybe a visitor to 83 countries. Palguni Boyan. That's a bit of a name. Dr. David Suzuki. Yes, Pirate Craggy knows him. Seen him before. Yeah, it's definitely an 80s thing, I think. Maybe 90s. But I remember watching TV shows and, science shows about, the environment and things like that. And yeah, meeting him, that was kind of a spin out because Barry and I, we knew who he was, right? And actually, we talked about his watch at the time because I recognized which model of watch he was wearing. That's a good way to spark conversation, right? Talk about maybe what model of watch they've got on, or maybe some wording on a T-shirt or something like that. And we talked about his watch that he was wearing at the time. And I told him about going over to the watch store to go and look for more watches. So... as a typical Russian, I can say there is a certain doom in the character of Russians. Yeah, it's I don't know. I mean, I think people just, I don't know how to say it. I mean, people just keep living. There you go. You can hear an airplane just now. I don't know. Oh, it's not that loud, really, but we live in difficult weather conditions. We were certainly attacked by the Tungal Mongols, then Napoleon. Oh, okay. Russia got attacked by a lot of people. There we go. So what's the point in worrying? There we go. That's interesting. Russians are a bit fascist. We believe that what is destined is inevitable. So what's the point in worrying? Yeah, I think that's the Australian thing about this no worries lifestyle that I lived for all my life, and then I'm trying to get my wife to kind of to live by. No worries. Things are no worries, Yeah, I think that smile is for my visa. It's a sign of success. Yeah, it's a sign of success. I guess that's the money thing. Congratulations. Good news. Yes, getting the visa. It's like a big weight off my shoulders, actually, the getting this visa. I mean, we knew it was all going to approve. We knew it was just going to take time. We thought it would be 2 months roughly to get it done. It was been 4 months. And when we got this phone call 2 weeks ago, we were thought, oh, it's already, you know what I mean? Like it was in the government website. When you put your information in, you saw it. And then we had to just wait for a phone call. And it came today, literally, while I was out. My wife got the phone call. So... yeah, definitely good news. It is a big weight off my shoulders. Now I can kind of think about, do I want to go back to the ships? Do I want to keep making the videos? Do we have enough money from making the videos to keep living here longer term? I mean, my wife's happy with what she's doing for her job. She works for herself at a nail salon, so it's, she's actually thinking about doing a couple of different courses. She's always thinking about doing courses. These courses that you can just do, right? But she wants to do one about travel and tourism. Yeah, it's so I enjoyed the Globus video a lot. I'm still dreaming of the food and cakes you showed. Tell us more about that store if you can. Yeah, I was at Globus today. That was actually where I think James put it in the fridge. Yeah, I can do another video there. It's very easy to film in Globus because nobody bothers you with the camera. It's basically a big supermarket with a kind of variety section. There's a little kitchen area. There's gardening area. There's a little bit of houseware stuff. There's a stationery area. It's kind of like a very nice supermarket, but it's got a cheese section, ham section. I don't know how best to describe Globus, but I was there today, literally. They actually have a cafeteria. If you watch the video where I went and ate with Jen and had lunch there, I think we had lunch. That's where I went and got the pasta from. So I got it as a takeaway. And I'll tell you the funny thing was it's 249 rubles for the pasta carbonara in a takeaway. You can get it either in a bowl to eat it, or you can get it in a cardboard, looks like a Chinese takeaway box, the square ones that fold over. But it says on the sign there it's 300 grams. that you're allowed to have for 249 rubles. And I know when my wife does it, she kind of puts it in and pats it down as she's spooning it in there, pats it down more. And then the guy is saying hello to me. Oh, how you going? What's your name? Because he realized I'm not Russian. And I'm like, oh, Russell, like Russell Crowe. And I'm like joking with him. And then I think he was from Uzbekistan, I think. He wasn't Russian. And the friend comes over and he's like, oh, my friend's very shy. And the friend comes over and he said, oh, 300 grams. And I said, oh, I think it's 300 grams, roughly, And the other guy's like, oh, no worries, no worries. So I went to pay for it and came home. And then when I was at getting my hair cut, he's got a weighing scale on the counter there, for weighing out the hair dyes for the ladies. And I'm like, oh, let me just put it on here to check. And we got 800 grams. So it's nearly 3 times as much pasta in the container as we're meant to. But, it's my Globus thing. So, yeah, that Globus cafeteria is very nice. I mean, I can eat there for lunch or dinner. Actually, Jen and I enjoy going to sit down there because it's nice food. It's fresh. It's pretty much cooked in a fairly short time frame because there's a big turnover of people that eat there. So, yeah, it's a good spot. Yeah, never seen a mall that fancy. Yeah, I hadn't been there before. I literally walked in, walked around the first the first doorway and in and around the first entrance part. And then I walked back out to start filming it. So I didn't walk around the whole mall or the whole mall before I filmed it. But I'm like, wow, I'm like looking up at these columns. I'm like, Jesus, looked like Italy. And I wasn't really sure which shops were actually in there. So what was open or closed, I wasn't really aware of. So it was pretty neat. It's not probably somewhere I go back to because there's nothing really in that mall I want to go shopping for. At Solaris, where I went to today, there's everything possibly I need at my local shopping center. And it's 20 minutes away by bus. So she was a bit further today because there was a bit of a car accident somewhere on the highway on the way down there. So yeah, maybe 20, 30 minutes by bus. Yeah, it's definitely that. Yeah, it's called Caucasus. I keep wanting to say Circus. Caucasus City Mall. And it's the Caucasus Group or Caucasus City Group that basically built that Toy Dom, the IKEA-looking store, that mall, Caucasus, and then Vegas. So you saw that right at the beginning. That whole complex, they built everything there together. And there's actually an outdoor kind of amusement park as well with a big, huge Ferris wheel. And then it backs onto the Moscow River. And there's a huge kind of bridge. I really need to go back and just film that outdoor area. And the metro station, that company that built the mall built the only publicly built metro station in Moscow metro network. So everything is built by the government essentially, or contracted from the government. But they funded the build of the metro station at the mall so they could incorporate it into the shopping center, which is kind of a crazy thing as well. Yeah, congratulations. Yeah, that's it's getting the visa tomorrow. I think we'll probably take photos and post it, I think. And I don't know if I want to blog going to do it because I've seen another Australian guy that did that. He blogged or vlogged going to get his visa. I just don't know. I don't want it to go there and then film half of it and then something goes wrong and I've forgotten a paper or document. It's usual in Moscow. You go to somewhere to do documents and you need one more document or you need to get something else stamped or come back with another document. So it's weird. We just have. Oh, where have we gone there? Oh. Yeah, it's weird. We just have to keep living while politicians play special operation games. Easelcat, yes. Yeah, we have the elections coming up in Australia very soon as well, with Scott Morrison. And then the opposition is Anthony Albanese or Albo. So it's funny. It's ScoMo, Scott Morrison, And then Albo for Anthony Albanese. Albo versus ScoMo. That's how Australian it is, that we just joke about their names. But it's a matter of choosing the better of the two at the end of the day. So I've actually removed myself from the electoral roll. I just realized to do that now because it's law that you have to vote in federal elections, or it's $100 fine that they automatically post to you after the election is completed or the polling's closed. They just mail all the fines out to people who are on the electoral roll. So I won't put a couple of comments up on screen here. So there's a few things that are okay, but not really bad. So actually, this is kind of interesting. Lauren Sweet asks, how are you speaking on YouTube when Mr. P has shut it down? He hasn't shut YouTube down. It was talked about that they may close it down, but they haven't. It's still, everything works perfectly fine with YouTube. From YouTube's side of things, so outside of Russia, they've basically demonetized Russian views. So if, for instance, I have Russian viewers on this channel who watch videos, they won't get shown ads. So technically, actually, while I'm using YouTube here, just generally and watching YouTube, I see no adverts in any videos. It's like I've got YouTube Premium for free. So it's not showing any ads to Russian viewers on any video that I watch, that anybody watches, any of my videos that get watched. So, where there's a Russian YouTuber who has a predominantly Russian audience, they're not getting any income from YouTube, from Russian views on YouTube. Does that make sense? I'll answer that a little bit more in a second, but oops, I'm going too fast here. Oh, hello from USA, Pappy Hook. How's it going? Hello from USA. That's pretty general. Pappy, where are you? And I wonder if you like Pappy Van Winkle, the very famous whiskey. I kind of find a bottle of Pappy here in Moscow. I do go to some liquor stores because I'm very interested in that. That's what I do working on cruise ships, work in the liquor stores. And I'm super curious if there's a shop somewhere in Moscow selling Pappy Van Winkle. And I'm sure there is someone somewhere. Yeah, question. Are you in Russia? Yes, I'm in Moscow, Russia. I don't really know how to prove it. Really? I still have my receipt from the McDonald's. I've kept that, and it's in Russian. Do I have anything else that's Russian in front of me? My cleaning wipes on my computer are in English. I bought some computer wipes. Well, they're in Russian, aren't they? Yeah, they're in multi-language. Yes, I'm in Moscow region. I live in a place called Aprelivka, which is about 35 kilometers from Moscow center. There was a couple of people who were in the chat somewhere there who were from here as well. Yeah, I'm definitely here in Russia. Yes, and if you watch the other videos, all the videos in the channel are pretty much about Russia. So yeah, that's me in the videos, and that's me live now saying hello to you. So Lauren, good to chat to you. Yeah, that's Bommy 1138. How's it going, Bommy? Bommy is a slang word in Australia when you jump in the swimming pool or in the ocean or in a river, maybe mostly in a swimming pool. When you jump into a swimming pool and make a big splash, that's called a bommy. So I don't know if you're Australian or not, but that's yeah. In federal elections, it's law that we have to vote. In basically the federal election is basically where we choose our prime minister. And then in what's called state elections, which would be the different states like Western Australia, Queensland, Victoria, New South Wales. In state elections, you don't have to legally vote in state and local elections, just the federal one. So you can take yourself off the electoral roll because I'm out of the country, which is what I did. So I can vote by postal vote, but it's near impossible to do that because you can't go to the Australian embassy here to do the postal vote, which is just silly because essentially the embassy is open, but it's not open to walk-in appointments. You've got to make an appointment to go. So don't film getting your visa. Okay, I won't. I was thinking about it. I'm a little behind on the chat here, so I will catch up. Yeah, I was thinking about it to make a vlog about it, but I guess maybe it's not that important as much, maybe for the channel, I guess. But yeah, Lauren wasn't sure that I was from Russia. Yes, I'm definitely here. Get a VPN, my guy. We need to have your videos. I've got a VPN on my computer here. I don't have one on my phone. So when I go out and about like today, for instance, I can't see Facebook, Instagram, Twitter on my phone. I can't even save my Candy Crush progress. Because I was wondering why I can't save my Candy Crush progress, because it links through Facebook. So, and I didn't realize that until recently. Why it won't save my Candy Crush levels. So yeah, on my computer, I've got a VPN. That's actually how I download and watch Australian television a lot, and how I'm using Facebook. I don't really use Instagram, but when I do, so yeah, definitely on my computer, I've got it. So it's definitely set up. If I use YouTube on the VPN, which the one I'm using goes through France, then I get French adverts on. So basically, I'm either using Chrome or what's this other one called? Not Chrome. Edge, Microsoft Edge. If I use Edge, which is not VPN, then I'm getting all my YouTube without adverts. So that's perfect. Thank you, YouTube, for not showing me any ads. So, Lauren says, I watch Russia 1 from USA and use my translator and read along. Yeah, I honestly don't watch the news here. My wife occasionally watches it, and she encourages me to come in and watch like the nightly news, like the Russia 1, or I call it Pakar 1. Because when you read the word Russia in Russian, it looks like Pakar. Pakar. So that's, if we watch the news, that's about the only one we'll watch. It's on once per night, you know what I mean, like the 9 o'clock news. But I've not watched it at all recently. We mostly watch just movies and like drama channels on our TV here, even though there's, I don't know, 50 or 70 channels. We don't really change the channel that much. Can you use an electric city bus? Oh, can you do an electric city bus tour? I can. I did half plan one. The day I filmed that monorail video, I was filming about the electric buses to start with, and I actually chatted to a driver. The driver was feeding the birds where he parked up to do his recharging of his bus. He got out and he had a sack of, I guess he had some bird seed for the doves, and he was scattering bird seed for the doves, and it was such a kind of neat thing. So the driver obviously kind of parked up, and it said that it took 10 minutes to recharge the electric bus. So yeah, I could do that. I think that would be very easy to do. Maybe go on a few different ones in one video and hop on and hop off. Yeah, they're very nice buses to sit up to go on and ride on and drive on. So, oh, you're from Utah. Nice, Pappy. Yes. I know Salt Lake City. I've not been to Utah, I don't think, anywhere there. I think I've been to the airport, Salt Lake City airport. That's about all. From San Diego, California, here working. Oh, San Diego is beautiful. Good way to compare San Diego. San Diego, in terms of the city or the place, is the nearest comparison to Perth, Australia, where I'm from. So if you want to compare what's San Diego like, it's like Perth, Australia. Oh, McDonald's is bad for you, Russell. Yeah, that's the old receipt when I went and I made that the secret McDonald's opening, and I've got it right here. I've even got the Russian fry box that I bought home. So my wife thinks it's completely weird why I did that. So that's why it's sitting on the desk here. So, and I've got the KFC wipes. Actually, that's the same one. Okay. I thought I had a Burger King one. So yeah, I kind of went more for nostalgia and for video making purposes. So the amount of Western products in Russia amazed me. Yes, there is a lot, Bommy, and a lot are made here too. Don't think that they're all imported. There's a major amount of them are produced either in Russia or maybe Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Kazakhstan, Belarus, basically, and then shipped into Russia. They're not necessarily from the country there where the Western brands are from. So, let's say Pringles are made in Russia. They're not made, I don't know where Pringles are made, maybe in America, I guess, for instance, Pringles. I don't know who owns them. So, Lauren, I'm not Russian born. No, my wife is Russian. I was born in England, in Leeds Bradford in West Yorkshire. And my parents emigrated to Australia when I was 8 years old. And I met my wife 9 years ago on holiday in Thailand. And we got married 4 years ago here in Moscow, in Zags 4. So if anybody who's Russian watching, we got married at the famous Zags 4 marriage palace, or Palace of Marriage, I think it's called. Yeah, lots of Lay's chips. Yeah, Lay's are everywhere. I can literally go downstairs at the local liquor store. We've got a liquor store in our building called Krasny Bile, or Red and White. And they have Lay's chips right there. There's Lay's chips everywhere in Moscow. It's a very common brand. Pringles are not probably as common. They are in all the shops, but they're not as popular, I don't think. Lauren says, question. Yeah, if anyone has a question, please ask me as a question like Lauren's doing, because it's much easier for me to answer rather than chatting away. What time we're at? We've got a bit more time, so that's good. Yeah, are you allowed to speak freely on YouTube about Russian politics and Mr. P? I guess technically not. I really don't. I would mention, things are going on, things are happening nearby. Essentially, there is a few laws that came into place which a lot of YouTubers talk about and make a big deal about and probably overemphasize. That if you say certain words or certain things, that there's a possibility of imprisonment for 15 years. Essentially, you can't talk about what's not been published by the Russian government. So if, for instance, the Ministry of the Foreign Ministry or the President's Office or the military, the Russian military, if they've not said something's happened, you can't say that something's happened. Does that make weird sense? So, for instance, there's no real information about how many people have succumbed to what's happened. Please read between the lines if you like, about what I'm saying. So the only true information that I could say is the exact information that's been published by the Russian government. So, and because I really don't talk about that, I don't want to bring it as a thing in my channel. I'm happy to chat about things here lightly, I guess, or, at an arm's length away, I guess you can call it that. Yeah, most products are produced in Russia, right? Yeah, when you go to the supermarket, be interesting. Actually, real Moscow, if we went to a supermarket together and if we actually had a true walk around and look for non-Russian made products, I think we'd almost struggle to find non-Russian made products. So yeah, are we freely able to talk on YouTube about these things? Not really, to be very honest. Although I'm not Russian, I do live in Russia and I will have a Russian residency effective of tomorrow. I do choose to live by Russian values. Is that the right word? That's maybe not the right word. I do choose to live here and live, the Russian life as much as I can. You know what I mean? I don't want to bring, Australian politics into Russian politics, and this is how it happens. This is what we do. This is what we do. You're in Russia. Live how Russians live. Live, and live by what's happening here. I think I'm getting a bit confused with the way I'm explaining it, but hope that makes sense. Oh, traffic makes you crazy in San Diego. We don't have crazy traffic in Perth. We complain about traffic for like half an hour in the morning and half an hour at night, but it's a good thing. I'm not reading ahead, by the way, and I should be in case something's not written correctly. So I'm sorry. Who will be the next president of Russia? I believe the person who is... Navalny. I think you're talking about Navalny. Yeah, that's kind of unlikely, I guess. Yeah, he's got a lot of supporters, I guess, in terms of him and what he stands for and believes in. And there's some interesting documentaries where he actually... there's one my wife and I watched that talks about the amount of money, and I guess this is prior to 2 months ago. And Navalny talks about what's happening in Russia and things like that, and it's very insightful if you want to take it that way. Because of my new haircut, I've got notice that my skin looks very dry. It looks different on this camera to this camera, so I'm sorry. Once I have a nice shave tomorrow and I clean myself up, I think I'll have to do that to go for my visa, right? Look all fancy. Rochelle says, good idea revoting. Yes. It just would be near impossible technically to go and try to do the postal voting. So yeah, Navalny is the person that you're mentioning. Yeah, I don't think any of that will happen. So yeah, okay. I think, yeah, right. Yes. Thank you, Easel. Yes, I think we're kind of keeping... well, that's what I'm trying to do. Henrik Sorensen. I keep thinking... I watch golf on the weekend and I know Henrik Stenson, and I thought, Henrik Stenson? What? Henrik Sorensen. Essentially, at the moment, I don't have a job. I'm kind of relying on the money from YouTube at the moment while we're here in Russia. My wife works as a nail technician doing nails. She has her own small salon in the building downstairs from our apartment. She pretty much does that all on her own, runs it herself, earns the money herself. I don't have any involvement really, unless she wants to buy something and we decide on what to buy. If she wants to replace a piece of equipment or anything that's expensive. So for now, basically, I'm relying on YouTube and I guess super chats and stickers and things like that if they come into the channel. Prior to COVID, which is, I guess, was March 2020, I was working on cruise ships for the last 20 years. There is a plan for me to go back. My company wants me back more than I want to go back. And someone else earlier I remember right at the beginning of the chat there, talked about going on Carnival Horizon Blogging Trucker, who I met from working on Carnival Horizon as well. So yeah, for now I'm I guess content creator is the word. My dad doesn't believe me, by the way. I have to prove it to him when they put money in the bank every month from YouTube that I earn money from it. So, because he even last week or the week before, I was video chatting with my mum and dad, and my dad's like, my dad's English, like Yorkshire accent. He's like, they're putting it in bank, in that proper English Yorkshire accent. Are they putting it in your ANZ bank? My dad is just funny about it all. So, is there anything you really miss from Australia? Actually, yesterday or day before, we had roast chicken. Like a whole roast chicken, like a chook. And I really miss going to a place called Red Rooster, which is like a takeaway barbecue chicken place, and having chicken and chips, like a quarter chicken with some chips. I missed that. So I had roast chicken, and that's the same thing. So that got me over that part. What else do I miss? I guess going around. I'm going to be honest. I miss going around to my sister's house and her husband and kids, especially on a Saturday or Sunday, and watching the football with them. Just sitting on the patio there, and they've got TV hanging outside, and talking crap about everything and nothing, and having a bit of a laugh. I'd bring around some snacks and yeah, and just watching football with them, and just me supporting one team, them the other, or maybe the same team. I missed that. Maybe my sister or her husband's watching. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe they don't. But mum's roast. My mum cooks a good roast dinner, being that they're English. I miss going to work. I know that sounds weird to say, but I miss going to work. Prior to coming to Russia, nearly 8 months ago now, I just sort of settled into, I was working casual jobs at doing merchandising at supermarkets. And I just, after a year and a half of being at home, I just sort of got settled into that kind of schedule of what times to work, what shifts I'm working, start and end, and days off on the weekends. And I miss that, kind of having that kind of schedule of going to work and having tasks to do. Like, I was doing tasks mostly when I go to different supermarkets, and I also did supermarket rebuilds, working with an overnight teams in supermarkets when they're rebuilding them or remodeling them. Yeah, I won't mention that one, Bommy. I once approached a shawarma tent and asked, does this meat meow or bark before? And the sellers replied them. Yeah, this never read the newspapers before dinner. Yeah, there's this famous saying that they say there, because the way the news happens in Russia. Never read the news in the morning or before lunch or breakfast. Expatriate says, yeah, so I guess Ilianoziano, there's a few things I miss, but it's small things. Weirdly small things that I miss. Don't you think you'd be better off living in Australia? Whew. I try to make it short, but this is a difficult question to answer. My wife and I want to make a separate video about it. I notice every YouTuber who's essentially left Russia or was blogging here and has left and gone somewhere made a video about, should I leave Russia, or I'm leaving Russia, or I've left Russia videos, and made it kind of viral kind of thing. And I don't think I'd get to that point, but of course, in terms of, if you want to think about safety, if that's the word, yes, it's probably better to be in Australia. In terms of me being from Australia and being able to go home, get a job, earn money, live life, I guess, then yes, it would be better to live in Australia. My wife has residency for Australia. She has full living rights. She has full legal right to live in Australia. We did that whole process for her. Far more detailed information needed for her visa than me coming here. The visa to get to Russia was far easier, believe it or not. Yeah, she just missed Russia, quite simply. That's why we came back here together. I'm here for her, basically. She wants to be here in the short term right now. She went through some medical issues that she's still going through and going on with, I guess, or off with. She's still on medications for some things that she needs to deal with, and she had a surgery. She's going through some dental work that she's still working through. So quite a few things had to happen here rather than Australia. So I couldn't live there if she wasn't happy living there. This is going back last year, a year ago barely. Um, I mean, she mentions now about things that she misses about Australia, so that's a good thing, you know. I at one point where we argued about her leaving to come back to Russia, I mean, I said, "Can you write down things that you love about Australia?" And she was struggling to say things that she loved about it because it's hard to love Australia so quickly, especially when you don't you never you weren't here, weren't there. So yeah, we'd be better off. Yeah, I guess answer expatriate yes. So there's a lot of factors in it. Must be awesome living in a country where you can't talk about that. How sad, Russell. I'm an Aussie living in Poland, and I say whatever I like anywhere I like. Mamuti, how's it going, by the way? Dzień dobry, do widzenia, jak się masz? That's all I know. I'm sorry. In Polish, dziękuję. Yeah, it's challenging. I mean, I could probably be very open and talk about anything I like, and freely, but I choose not to because of possible repercussions. I don't want it to affect me living here or my possible visa and residency and things like that. Obviously, been married to a Russian, living here with a Russian, if you like, helps my situation. I'm not here as a tourist with no connections. I mean, we're married 4 years. I'm a registered resident of Russia. So, yeah, to be open about things is difficult. I mean, I guess I understand what you're coming from. I mean, Poland's had its bad times as well. I mean, I think a lot of countries have had bad times at some point. So. Hi to Australian in Poland. I have family in Victor Harbor, Australia. Oh, there we go. I think Victor Harbor's Victoria, isn't it? I think, isn't it? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Bommy says, "Oh, I'm American. I totally respect your situation. It is what it is." Yes. Yeah, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, Russell. Right. Yeah, that's pretty much how I live. And I'm happy with that. And I want to be more, I mean, okay, should I say I want to be more Russian? I mean, I can't be Russian because I wasn't born here. I mean, I want to, live through all of the experience of living in Russia, all of the traditions, all of the holidays and festivities and things like that, like Easter just now over the weekend. Yeah, if that info was posted by officials, that's because of a lot of so you're not allowed to talk about special operations, right? Yes. I used to live in Melbourne, Australia, now in peaceful Poland, supporting our Ukrainian brothers and sisters. Nice. Yeah, I've seen a few videos of people, helping out there and crossing the borders, and I'm not sure if I want to keep watching him, but I watch a guy called Johnny FD. I don't know if anyone knows him as a YouTuber, and now he's just gone back to Ukraine, and I just feel a bit sort of strange about his last couple of videos. I mean, he was crossing back over the border with McDonald's in his hand, going to give it to somebody that was meeting them at the border to drive them into Lviv. And I just thought it was weird. I mean, he was at the shopping center in Krakow, and then I guess he went to the border and then crossed over and things like that. And I just felt very weird. I just don't feel comfortable watching them last couple of videos because he was walking around Lviv buying souvenirs, and I mean, he was living in Ukraine, cut and dry. I mean, don't act like you're a tourist magically when you were living in Ukraine, and he has Ukrainian residency and things like that. And the way him and the other guy were acting was a little bit strange, to say the least, I guess, to say the most. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Dan from Green Bay. Oh, that's Green Bay, Wisconsin. Hi, Dan. Good to see you, by the way. Anybody that's new to the channel, thanks for watching the live stream. Thanks for any thumbs ups. That's really good. I see we got 30 likes or thumbs ups, I call them, which is more than people in the live stream. And thanks for super chats. I'm just looking on this screen. I'm sorry. I've got two screens. I've got three screens, if you want to know. I'm trying to look at myself directly at the camera here. So if I'm just looking slightly down, I'm sorry. So yeah, from Green Bay, Wisconsin. Ooh, go the Green Bay Packers. Unfortunately, I like watching American football, by the way. I can watch games every weekend that they're on, Monday Night Football. But I like Tom Brady. So when he was at the Patriots, I just think I'm sure you hate him, but I think he's a great guy. So because of the current events, do you see more people from the West dropping in on your live streams? I think it's about the same amount of people. I think we're a little bit higher than normal. I do notice that it's quite a few of the same people, which is good. So there's a bit of a community building. There's a lot more people commenting on my videos than ever before, which is good. It makes it harder to reply to everybody. Yeah, I guess there's a few new people that are maybe I've not got a consistent time and day for streaming. So, but there's definitely people here that were in previous streams. Craggy, Real Moscow Projects, Rachel. Oh my gosh, Easelcat. My gosh. Blogging Trucker. So yeah. So yeah, I guess there's new people, so it's good. I know you have to be careful with what you say. I'm a little sad because my wife and I were planning a trip to Russia in 2 years. Now I don't think we'll ever get to. Yeah, you can still come. You can still get a visa. You can still come to the country. You can still travel. I mean, there's a few challenges, obviously, with using your cards if they don't reactivate the banking system. So, I mean, you'd need to bring cash essentially, and then change it here or whatever you'd do. That simple just using your credit card to pay for things is no longer. I can't use my credit card. We just talked about this now with my wife about we want to do this trip over the May holidays coming up. And I said, the thing is like that. Normally we just book my flight or a hotel with my credit card. That's normally I always do that. Then we can just pay it off later or plan the money for that. But now we've got to pay everything with cash or use my wife's cards. So yeah, that's a problem. Let's see, 2 years from now, you never know. I know in terms of cruising, everybody's pulled out of coming to St. Petersburg. That's kind of a bad thing for the cruise industry that was around St. Petersburg and the tourism and the bus companies and things like that. So, how did you meet your wife? Oh, thank you, Graham. Was it love at first sight? I think you're going to say it pretty much was. We met in Thailand. Really, really interesting. Story. I was there. I was going on holiday between cruise ship contracts, either to Bali or Thailand every 6 months. And I went to Thailand and I was just going to a bar every night. I was going to an Irish bar every night in Patong Beach. And I went and I met a Russian guy there who I know now. His name's Alex, and I saw him last week. He lives here in Moscow. And he was there on holiday with his mum at the time. And I said, we'll go to another bar. The Irish bar was closing that night. And we went down to the walking street where all the bars are, in Thailand, all these bars with all the girls and things like that. And we went to a karaoke bar. And I sort of chatted to Alex, and he spoke English, of course. And he said to me, I don't want to meet any Russians. There's a lot of Russians in Thailand on holiday all the time. I said, no worries. We'll try and meet some French girls or some Germans or, I don't know, somebody from Canada or something. And we see the girls across. It was Jen and her friend Zaira. And the me being me, and just I can chat to anybody, and from working on cruise ships, just that way of sparking conversation with people. And I went over to them, and what do we know? They were both Russians from Moscow, same place where Alex was from. Alex knew where they lived. They knew where he lived. But he at first pretended to be German, I think, not Russian, because I think he knew some German, I think. So yeah, we basically had some drinks. We did some karaoke. We did some dancing. We ended up back at my hotel because I had this fancy hotel where I stayed. It was a beautiful place, like huge room, balcony, bathroom. It was a beautiful place. And yeah, Jen at the time didn't speak virtually any English. It was all via Google Translate or her 1%, 2% English. And then we kind of tried to connect up on Facebook. That was a bit of a shambles. And then the next night she came back to the same bar because they went home after whatever time from the hotel, and we met up again. And her friend was like the crazy one going, "Oh my God, Zhenya loves you, come sit with us." And it was just, oh my God, it was good. And that was that. And then I basically went home. She went home. I went back to the cruise ships, and then I ended up coming back to Moscow. It was 9 years ago, first trip. So there you go. Yeah, 2 or 3 years, it will all be just history, and there'll be a lot of tourists in Russia. Yes. So yeah, Graham, little bit longer story, but if you ever need some music for your intro, let me know. I'll make something for you. Yeah, I don't really use a lot of music, in my videos, like everybody does. I don't really do a lot of over editing of my videos, where they have background music or like that kind of montages with music. So, yeah. Oh, thank you, though, Easelcat. That's very nice of you for music, though. Mamuti says, I miss meat pies, sausage rolls, and real fish and chips. Yeah, meat pies I can get here. Meat pies are kind of not normal, but you can get them. Sausage rolls, you can't. Fish and chips, you can't. Yeah, fish and chips. My wife likes fish and chips, by the way. Going down to we lived in Rockingham Beach when we were in Australia, so we were literally walking distance to 5 fish and chip shops from where we lived. So she got into eating fish and chips. She doesn't really like oily and greasy food that much. She's more healthier than I probably am, but I got her into fish and chips, so that was a good thing. So yeah, was it love at first sight? It was definitely love at first sight. I'd say within that day or the next day, we kind of knew it was right. Obviously, it was a bit difficult to see each other immediately, so I went back 6 months later. I flew to Moscow here, and we were living in the apartment one level above us from this exact building. Jen had her apartment upstairs, and now we're actually renting this place one level down in the same building, same elevator, everywhere, everything. You guys are making me hungry. Yeah, I find it interesting. The metro runs so deep underground. Yes, Pappy. That's yeah, there is some sort of surface level metro stations. There is some that are not as deep. A lot of the newer construction metros, particularly the ones that are branching further out from Moscow, they're getting sort of shallower or not as deep because it's just less costly to build them as deep underground. But in Moscow, where the metros overlap and link together, they've got to have them at different depths. So yeah, it's yeah, you can be on the elevator. There's the one there that's like 3 minutes down. The one at Park Pobede, or Victory Park is the Park Pobede station. So yeah, I think living in Russia is like living in the communist countries in Eastern Europe before '89, especially the freedom of speech. Yeah, I think there's always sort of been there's always been that kind of that sort of feeling to the place. I think probably the last 10 or 20 years, things have become very more normal and modern and current day, and you know what I mean, more access to information, especially like someone just mentioned earlier there about the VPN. I can get a VPN. I can still access any media, any news, any TV channel that I like. Via VPNs and things like that. Going to the shopping center today. It was exactly like I'd go to the shopping center back in Australia. Okay, I took the bus there. The shopping center's bigger than any shopping center in Australia, and this one I go to is my local one. So it's not really like Australia, but I'd say there's a lot of similarities now. Okay, so the shops are closed when you walk around. I don't really notice them because I don't go to them, most of them. My wife's more upset than me that, Uniqlo's closed, Zara's closed, Bershka's closed. So it's, the freedom of speech thing, I think, people kind of live with it, I guess. You can say that. Puppy says, Russell, might be a newbie question, but wondering if Perth has many dangerous snakes and other animals as the rest of the country. Yeah, probably the most famous dangerous animal in Perth is the redback spider. Probably just Google it so you can look it up. The redback. That's probably the most famous sort of spider, I guess. Snake-wise, there's not too many in the city area. We have a lot of dugites, which basically tend to injure animals more like cats and dogs than humans. We don't have like the huntsman spider like they've got on the east coast of Australia. So we don't have those kind of tarantula-looking crazy ones. The redback is very tiny. It's only maybe less than an inch in size. It's got a lick of paint on its back. It looks like a red lick of paint. That's probably the most common dangerous animal, I guess, in Perth. If you like, short of going to the beach and getting taken by a shark, I guess. We have shark attacks, which are unfortunately do happen probably every 3 or 6 months. Shark attacks. So they happen. Yeah, I'd pick an Australian hospital over a Central Eastern European hospital any day of the week. Mamuti, I live, actually, if I look out the window this way, the local regional hospital is just down the street from me, and they have a brand new children's wing. I guess they built children's part of the hospital. This is the public hospital here, so it's not private. So if you go there, you've kind of got to wait in line. You will get seen to, you will get helped. It is essentially free. Is it quick? No. Do you have to line up? Yes. You can go to private clinics here. You could go to a private hospital if you like, but you have to pay, like in Australia, the same way. But you will be seen to. Is medical treatment, dental treatment better in Russia and Australia? My wife thinks so. It's cheaper, I guess, dollar for dollar, especially when we weighed up the prices of getting dental work done. The surgery would be, oh my gosh, a third or a quarter of the price of what we'd have to have paid in Australia. I'd say a quarter of the price when we looked into the price of the surgery that she needed to do. It was just insane. I even called around to different private hospitals because they suggested to go private to get it done immediately. And just the prices were just, like going to a 5-star luxury hotel. It was insane. We would have had no choice but to pay to do it. But dental work here is probably half price. And my wife had to have teeth extracted while she was in Australia. And she blames the dentist to this day that they did everything wrong. So, Johnny bought an apartment in Kiev. I think he has one also in somewhere else in Eastern Europe, Eastern Ukraine as well. I don't know if he's ever mentioned that. I don't remember exactly where. I'm sure he has 2 apartments. So I'm surprised in his last video how he wasn't there already and he was still in Lviv. I guess maybe the videos are a bit behind time from when he filmed them to when he puts them on the internet. Yeah, so Russell, while I walk, you joked a little bit about Mr. P and Mr. S, and that's okay. You can joke in such sly freely, even in the internet. Yeah, right. So, yeah, Mr. I say Mr. P a lot. I mean, I actually, when we were chatting and walking around, I mean, we joked quite a fair bit about Mr. P, and um, you know, uh, I kind of it just a lot of it, a lot about him is I'm very curious about. I mean, about how he lives, where he lives, you know, what kind of normal life he lives. I mean, I know politicians are people, you know, and they live somewhere and they do something. Interestingly, in Perth, where I was living in Rockingham Beach, we lived literally 2 streets from our local premier, Mark McGowan, who's our elected state um, premier of Western Australia. Literally, we live around the corner from him. My mum's friend is his neighbor, like literally neighbor. And I helped out in his election campaign. I've got a T-shirt here and a hat from the election campaign. Yeah, it's yeah, like you say, we were joking about it. I mean, but it's just things like that just are interesting for me. I mean, the next person probably doesn't care, you know, like the way we were chatting about it and stuff. So, oh, Rochelle, thanks for the mention. Yes, sorry, I'm trying to remember as many people that I remember from other streams. So, I'm sure I've missed somebody out here and there. So, yeah, an Irish bar. That's always trouble. Yes, Bommy. Yeah, it's probably the best times you'll ever have anywhere in the world. I'll guarantee you. Go to an Irish bar, wherever you are in the whole world, go to an Irish bar, have a beer there. And I can tell you in Helsinki, Finland, when I was there on the cruise ships a few times, I was at the shipyards. We went to Molly Malone's Irish bar there. Yeah, in Thailand. Where's the other one? Oh, in Canada, in Newfoundland, Canada. We went to an Irish bar in Newfoundland. And actually, I worked with some Irish crew members on ships, and guaranteed. Oh, Bearball, how's it going? Yes, we're talking about people that are in the chats quite often. There we go. I have to keep on working. My boss is looking for me. Very kind and sweet for answering everything. Thank you so much. If you've left already, sorry. If anyone's watching this on replay, maybe you're following along from the chat. If you have questions, I have to agree with you on your comments about Johnny FD. I followed him along with Bald. Something doesn't add up on some of his vlogs. Maybe he was just having an off couple of days. Yeah, Graham, true. Yes, I've watched Bald for quite a long time as well. And Johnny, I probably watched because of Bald. And just his last couple of videos, I just don't know. I think maybe the guy he's with, that other American guy, is maybe influencing him, or I don't know what to say. I've not watched Bald's latest video. He's in, was he in Syria? I just briefly saw it when I scrolled on my phone on the bus home today. So I want to watch his next video. I like watching Bald's videos. I see a lot of, I'm going to say the word truth to what he films. Like when he went on the Trans-Siberian, when he goes to a lot of regional places, I see what he sees in the videos is what I would see here in Russia myself. So, yeah, we were taught as kids not to swear and not to lie, to behave decently. Our laws are just about it. Right. What is the quality of medical care? Look, honestly, I, to be honest about my wife doing all these things, I've just asked her how she is. Is she better? Does she feel? Is she good? I've been literally to the dentist with her once. She pretty much just goes and does it all on her own. Because her doctor and her lady, she's got a ladies' doctor. It's on the other side of Moscow, so it's like a half-day trip to go over there and back to do things. She did the surgery when she immediately got back to Moscow. That was the month when I was still in Australia. So a friend helped her out with that and took her to the hospital and back and things like that. So, I mean, I'm sure it's more than adequate. I mean, I know the dentist she goes to is perfectly fine. She goes to also a back doctor. It's a private clinic. He's actually a German guy who I've met, and he asks about me a lot, and we took him some chocolates when I came back. Yeah, so yeah. Oh, he has a flat in Kharkiv. Yeah, right. That's what I remember now. No one else calls him Mr. Outside of Russia. Yeah, I see that on a lot of things at the moment, that there's all sorts of things flying around. I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, I know there's a lot of rules and laws that have come into place since all of these sanctions have kicked in, which have prevented shops and businesses and companies from putting prices up on things, from keeping the cost of pharmacy items to a reasonable amount or to a normal amount that the average person can afford them, to also not allow staple products to increase, like milk, flour, rice, sugar. Certain ingredients can't go up in price or can't be double or tripled in price, and there's controls in place for that kind of thing. So Irish bars equal good music. Yes, very true, Rochelle. Yeah, I know I've been to a couple of, my wife and I, Jen and I, we don't really go out to bars that much. I mean, at home we would go out occasionally and have a beer. I probably should go in Moscow and go to a bar and have a beer here and there, or maybe try and find an English pub or a Irish bar and see how it feels. Yeah, the guy on YouTube that bugs me is Graham Phillips. I see right through him. Yeah, I watched his interview. Was it the guy? He's the one that interviewed the English guy, right? The one that's been held in Ukraine, in Donbass. I think that's Graham Phillips, right? Yeah, I watched him I'm sure this is the same guy we're talking about. I watched him, I don't know, a year or two back, long before everything that kind of happened now. Yes, Pappy, right. Yeah, sorry, I'm seeing the delay here. I watched him when he was living in Crimea, and I think he was a teacher or a school teacher or was teaching English, I believe. And then now he's like a reporter or a journalist or whatever it's called, what he's doing right now. And I wasn't watching every video. I watched him for a couple of years ago, and I watched quite a few of his videos just to look at Crimea and things like that, and places where he was traveling around that area. And then I watched the interview that he did with this English guy. I forget the English guy's name, but sorry, 1 second. So I don't know about saying see through him. I mean, I guess, I guess the way he did the interview, that was perfectly acceptable, and the way he chatted to that guy and the guy answered and looked back at the camera and stuff. I mean, that guy, the English guy, was married to Ukrainian. He'd lived, and actually interesting, right towards the very end of that interview, the English guy, I don't know his name again, he said that he was struggling to find the words in English to answer questions because he more commonly speaks in a Ukrainian dialect. And I just found that very interesting that, the English guy, although I want to go back to England, yeah, I'm working on it, Real Moscow. Sorry. Yeah, let me just 1 second here for a second. Now, Real Moscow, if you have any way to click anything, I put you as a moderator. And maybe anyone else wants to do that. Maybe Rachel, if you want to be moderator as well, you're welcome to. Just let me know if you do or not. Yeah, I'm trying to get rid of the comments here. And Sarah says, "Careful with the truth." Yes. Yeah, just talking about Puppy's question there about Graham Phillips. I pretty much haven't watched any of his videos apart from that interview one, and I just found that because I'd seen snippets of him on, like on, I don't know, BBC or CNN or something. I wouldn't know what to do. Yeah. So, and now everyone's going on here. Yeah, our main mod, Dr. Gary, is not here today, and I didn't send him a personal message, which I should have done. So normally he knows about the live streams and he comes in on them. So I don't know where he is tonight. Maybe he's out and about or he's not home. So yeah, so I guess you understand what I'm saying, Poppy, I guess, from what you've mentioned there about Graham. Yeah, I like the interview where with that guy. I mean, I guess, only people that are really there, like really, really there where things are happening, what I mean, really see things. I don't know how to say that. We won't talk anymore. Please ask me other questions, everybody. Like it was raining today, by the way, this afternoon outside. It's not raining now, but drizzling. And my wife said it was drizzling outside when she called me because she wanted to go to the shop to buy some food. And I said, "Oh, I'll bring home dinner." Bommy. Can you do a tour of garden places like Home Depot? I am going to do one. Yes, there's Leroy Merlin here in Moscow, which is the same owner as Ashan, which is this French company that everybody seems to want to get rid of here in Russia. And they've openly said that they will continue trading and selling and being open. So yeah, I want to do a walk around of Leroy Merlin. Their opposition Obi has closed, so I think Leroy Merlin's very happy now that their other competition is no longer trading. So I guess they're happy. Leroy, there's one actually on the highway here on Kiev Highway, the highway from where I live in Prelivka, past Vnukovo Airport and then into Moscow is called Kiev Highway or Kiev Shusay. Kiev Shusay, yeah. So I actually go past that on the bus to and from back going to the shops today. So, and it's always crowded, that car park, always. Actually, the desk with my computer right here is from that Leroy Merlin. Actually, the desk is a kitchen worktop, like the kitchen bench. And I had it cut down to the exact width I wanted. The guy actually cut it down in the store for me and everything and took it home, and here it is. Yeah, so yeah, Easel Cat, that's definitely a video. That's definitely a video that I want to do. So definitely. Do you have space for a garden? I'm growing all kinds of tomatoes here in Los Angeles. We don't have a balcony here because we're in an apartment. Actually, where I'm sitting, pretty much the yellow from here till here is where the balcony would be. So where people would have a traditional balcony in their apartment in Moscow, especially in one-room or two-room apartments, you could grow things there, especially now coming springtime into summertime. I could get some plants and put like a little tray or a little windowsill kind of plants. There's a lot of shops now with seedlings. I noticed them even today at Globus. So maybe I could buy a couple of small plants and plant them up here. Last year, or the year before, 2 years ago, when we were here, before I went back to the ships, I had a palm tree, a mini palm tree. And my wife, when I left to go back to the ships, I said to her, "You can't not let this keep growing." And somehow it died. I don't know how you let a palm tree die, but it was growing in the kitchen perfectly fine. It was like my little desk novelty. So maybe I can get some small plant to grow. I've never seen the Southern Stars. Are they beautiful? Bommy, yes. If you go, anywhere in country parts of Australia where you're away from the city, where you've got no lights, and you go out, basically, even if you go to some of the coastal towns where there's just no lights out, the southern, what do you call this? The Southern Cross is one of the main constellations that you see. But yeah, you just need to go to somewhere where there's no lights anywhere. Like literally go out either to a farm area or somewhere coastal where you can just sit out and it's pitch black. And it's amazing. Just got back to West Virginia from Ironwood. How's it going? I have to check on my house and take care of business, titles, etc. Yeah. Oh gosh. Yeah, anything housing work, paperwork wise, document wise. I was very lucky when before I flew here, I bought an apartment back in Australia. Well, the bank bought it, not me. The bank helped me buy it, and everything was electronic. Literally everything was all electronically done. Even the when I signed the contract and then they didn't accept what I offered to buy it for, they countersigned it. Even that was all electronic. Start turning that wrench, says Easel Cat. What kind of music do you produce? How's your mental? Oh, there we go. This is a question right here. Graham says, how's your mental health going? Are you managing to keep positive with some of the chats being negative? You're one of the good guys and I've got your back. I never really thought about mental health. I know there's a lot of people in the world going through mental health problems, and it's a big problem in Australia, in America, in whatever country in the world. I have a very no worries kind of attitude about things. Nothing really bothers me. All silly things bother me. I think I get that from my dad. You know what I mean? He's very meticulous about things, about keeping things clean. He's like obsessive compulsive. We think he is, my dad. You know what I mean? Everything has to be clean and tidy, and even after dinner, the dishes have got to be done straight away. And you know what I mean? Mental health. I mean, nothing really bothers me. I think this is coming from working on cruise ships. You know what I mean? Where you all work together, you're all a team. To get things done, you've got to work together. You know what I mean? You don't worry about where someone else is from or their background or their, you know, like they talk about color, creed, religion, all these things. It never bothered me. Honestly, didn't. I mean, if you're from somewhere XYZ, I'm not bothered. You know what I mean? Really, I'm curious probably about where you live and what it's like. And, you know what I mean? I'm very sporting wise. So I'll always relate it to sport or, you know, to what I maybe only know about a place. You know, if you name a place or a country or a thing, I'll probably know about something about it from somehow. But, you know, I think that's coming from cruise ships. Is that, you know, there's a big issue even now on cruise ships about mental health, and you know, from this shutdown for 2 years, how people went home and things like that, and some people were stuck on ships for a long time. And you know, it was a big problem. There was some suicides. There was some man overboards, or people, you know, going overboard from cruise ships. I mean, that's never ever been in my head ever. I mean, there's nothing that's that bad happening, in my life that, you know, that it's bothered me. I know that's weird that I'm not robotic like. I don't think anybody's robotic like, but you know, my wife will always question me about it. Oh, you just keep saying no worries. Everything's no worries. It really isn't a worry, you know. As long as we can pay our bills, we can pay our rent. We've got food in the fridge. You know what I mean? I'm okay. You know what I mean? I don't want much. I don't want many things materialistic wise. I mean, of course, I'd like nicer things. I keep dreaming I want a Porsche, but in Australia I have a Hyundai Getz, you know, so it's you know, there's not a lot of things that worry. There's not a lot of things in my mind that I'm thinking about. I mean, going and get this visa tomorrow is like probably the biggest weight off my shoulders in the last few months, because from the minute I got here 8 months ago almost, it's been on my mind that we need to get this done and get it sorted out, but it's out of our control. I mean, the government's the one that processes the visa application, not me. I don't know the guy in the office who stamps the papers, so yeah, I think I'm good, Graham. Thank you, though. I'm glad that you've got my back. Yeah, it's even Dr. Gary there, who is one of the moderators. I've chatted to him actually offline, and we've video called and chatted, and it's nice to talk to people, I guess what's called like-minded, if that makes sense. Now I'm getting a bit behind here. I've not seen you for a bit, Russell. Good to see you are still on YouTube. Yeah, I'm still making videos on the channel, just not the live streams. That's the only thing I'm not doing as much as the live streams. I'm going to get back into maybe every 3 days or 4 days, or I don't know, once a week even. I don't know what people sort of are comfortable with. So, yeah, DocuSign. That's what it's called. Thank you, RN. Yeah, it's DocuSign. Yes, that's the one that I did everything with my house, with my apartment. Sorry. We call it house in Australia, don't we? We living in Moscow with 1 million apartments. I've just got that word in my head now. Sergey B is doing a nice road trip to and from the Kola Peninsula, so-called the old Russian churches. I think you're talking about Sergey Baklakov. I think so, Pappy, sorry. Yeah, Sergey Baklakov is from Ufa, which is where my wife is from. And I watched him years ago as well. And I showed my wife a lot of his videos because he filmed a lot in Ufa. I think that's maybe who you're talking about. Yeah, Sergey. And his channel's changed quite a fair bit as well from what he was doing to what he's doing now. Oh, Dimmer, how's it going? Good to see you, Dimmer. Good evening. Yes. Dimmer was on a live stream a few streams ago, if anyone was watching. Where's Russell's video from Real Moscow Projects? Yes, I didn't film a video. Now you're laughing as well, Real Moscow. Yeah, because probably by the end I was kind of a little bit tired of walking by the end. It wasn't, I don't know, probably more walking than I've done in a while anyway. Yeah, that I'm gonna have to go back and look at Sergei Baklakov's video now about his road trip there. I know he's very much into the history, a little bit of Russia, and especially when he was in Ufa. He was one of the OG Russian YouTubers. They call them OGs, the originals, right? Expatriate says, one of the Russian YouTubers says that people in Russia don't smile because there is nothing to smile about. What do you think? People smile in Russia. What are you talking about? Yeah, I guess it takes a little while to warm up to people. If you don't know somebody or you've never met them or talked to them before, you've got to show them respect. You've got to greet them correctly, politely. You know what I mean? Like it's, that someone you haven't met before. But once you get to know them or they get to know you or where you're from or your background or their background, they warm to you and it's all good. I think I can get away with a lot more being Australian and the way I talk and, talk back to people. There is people with long faces, you know what I mean? I guess you do notice it. I mean, now we're coming out of winter. There's, people are dressing more lightly now. They're enjoying the warmer weather. I mean, 11 degrees outside is warm, so, yeah. And nothing to smile about. I guess that's difficult to say like that. I mean, that's probably just the more younger kind of population in Russia where, everyone watches TV and they want to go somewhere else. They want to live in Thailand. They want to be in sunny weather. They want to go to the beach. They want all of this. I mean, I guess it's what you want. I don't know. What you're happy with. I mean, I'm happy. I mean, my wife always sort of wonders why I'm always happy. Why are you always happy about everything? Because I am. There's nothing really to be unhappy about. I mean, I don't have a bar of chocolate tonight. I normally have like a bar of chocolate or a late night snack, and I don't have any tonight. So I'll have to have that cake in the fridge, the chocolate mousse. I'm an incorrect Russian. I smile a lot, even just now. Yes, and real Moscow. When we were walking in Moscow, I completely agree. You were so happy and so bubbly, bubbly. I think that's the best personality to describe. Um, for sure. Aaron, maybe you're asking me, do I work with kids? Not really. I working on cruise ships. I was working in the duty free shops, selling liquor and tobacco. If you're asking about me, on the cruise ships there is child counselors. They call them. What are they calling them now? Kid counselors, fun squad, fun patrol. There's different names for them. There were child counselors or kid counselors. They look after the kids on cruise ships. I guess I could look after kids. I don't know. I mean, I do notice some kids in the same elevator as me and coming in and out of the apartment who recognize me now and say hello in English to me. Yeah, the most honest Russian YouTuber, to my opinion. Oh, there you go. Okay, I'm not sure which one we're referencing here. Oh, it's a pity I didn't make a video. Yeah, I probably should have because of the whole Easter thing. Russell, being from a Western background, and I hate saying that, do you feel that you maybe have a different perspective than the people you live around? Um, hmm. I don't know. I think, I don't know. I mean, I guess I don't know the real history of Russia. I don't know, that deep and meaningful reason behind things, and that, you know, history before maybe the 90s and things like that. And, let's say what's happened in the Donbass and this Crimea region, and a lot of reasons why what's happening is happening. I don't take any influence from the news right now because I know there's definitely 2 or 3 different views of how the news has been shown. And I know from other news that I've seen, it's completely opposite, like polar opposites. So I guess I do have a different opinion. I guess I have to respect people's opinions as well of what's, I guess just talking about life in Russia. I mean, it's, I respect how people live and choose to live here, and, how people are happy how they live. You know what I mean? I'm living in a smaller town here, which is, I guess, 30, 40 kilometers from Moscow. It's a much quieter place than Moscow is, and Moscow center. And you know what I mean? It's very normal. There's a church down the road. There's schools, a hospital, fire station, police station. There's train station. And, the way I kind of see out my window here, I see quite a fair bit of normal houses as well, like family houses, family homes. Then there's, of course, apartments here. Not as many apartment buildings here as there is maybe closer to Moscow, but and I hope the average person lives and breathes a normal life and wants normal things. My neighbor here, I went round to his house last weekend. He knocked on the door, invited me in for breakfast, and he was very normal. I mean, for me. So that's the thing. I mean, I guess there's a bit more. I guess if you want to say the word patriotism, where people kind of love and live and love their country more than maybe necessarily Australians do. If that makes sense. Okay, today, by the way, is Anzac Day in Australia, the 25th of April. Sorry, I'm not looking at the date. Today, it's kind of a day where we remember and respect, military past, present, future, emerging, and things like that. And I think today is very patriotic for Australians and the Australian New Zealand Army Corps, the Anzacs. But I think Russians and, I guess now you could say other countries are more patriotic than probably Australians are, I'd say. Do you think sanctions will make it worse in the future? That's obviously difficult to answer because, I mean, a lot of things that are happening, I guess, let's say the car industry, the banking industry, imports and exports. I mean, a lot of that doesn't affect me. It affects, the greater Russian country, I guess. Banking affects me because basically there's no transferring of money in and out of Russia. I can't use my card to buy things like today at the shop. I couldn't use my card. So I've got to have cash now, which I heavily dislike. I'm going to say hate. I always make this thing when instead of saying hate, heavily dislike. And that's difficult. Makes things a lot harder than what things could be. Wish I had, well, do I wish I had more money? A little bit more money. I don't need lots of money. A little bit more money. That's all. I think, there'll definitely be an effect on things, but Russia's very self-supporting as a country. I mean, a lot of people really forget this part that, in terms of, let's say, food, for instance, a major amount of food that's in stores or to buy is from Russia. There's very little that they rely on importing that's necessary for food production or manufacturing than what people in other countries rely on, so I don't have a car, so I can't really talk about that from the car industry side because there's obviously a lot of companies that have stopped, working with Russia. There's a lot of specific wording that these companies are using. I've read a little bit yesterday about this, that, they're very cautious of how they're wording what they're doing. So it's not, saying that they've stopped, they will stop, they have stopped, they're paused, they're temporarily evaluating, things like that. So Russell is always positive. Thank you, Dimmer. Yes. How's it going, Dimmer, by the way? We didn't chat today. What's going on? Didn't really send too many messages back and forward with each other. So, Graham says there, good answer on the mental health question, simple life and simple wife. Only joke. Yeah, it's happy. No, happy wife, happy life. It's meant to be. I guess that's the same one. Simple life, simple wife. Yeah, it's happy wife, happy life. Yeah, as long as Jen's happy, that's all that worries me. As long as she's good, she's got anything she wants, let her have what she wants, do what she wants, go where she wants, and I'll just work around that, and that's what I'm doing. So, yeah. From suffer from the very few with all the cash. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's, you're just talking about, the rich and the poor, I guess, if that makes sense. Yeah. What is this? Can I take it home? I'm not sure what that means. I just can never remember how to spell Sergey last name. Baklakov. Sergey Baklakov. Shall I look it up? I think I can look it up for you. Sergey Baklakov. Yeah, his other one is Baklakov Live, isn't it? Is that the... Oh, I'll just copy his last name. Or you can just look his channel up from this one. Where are we here? Baklakov. There we go. Yeah, Dimmy, you should smile more. Yes. I think that's... What are you doing not smiling? Come on. I was there in today's video. Yeah, I was there. I looked a little bit of it because I just sort of saw it when I was on the bus going. That's pretty much when I do a lot of my searching and news reading, is catching the bus to and from somewhere on the metro. I do more of it then. Oh, you have excellent audio. No problem hearing at all. Thank you. Yes, this is... I guess I've got to give my every plug to Rode microphone, the Australian-made microphone right here, that I bought here in Moscow, Russia. Crazy. And actually, when I was at the store, I don't have the box anymore. It's in the other room, but On the bottom is the Australian-made logo from the government. That if you've got something that's Australian-made, you're allowed to put a specific logo on the packaging. So yeah, I love this microphone. I would like to get a better camera, but I'm relying on the rest of the world to help me buy that. So thank you, YouTube. Thank you, Super Chats. Thank you, whatever this super sticker is. That'll eventually get me a camera eventually. So yeah, we really when we was out with Real Moscow on Saturday, she had a oh my gosh, the name of that camera, Osmo Pocket, and I really want to get one of those, but the price is a bit much for now. So yeah, it was blogging chocolate. It was not chocolate cake. It was chocolate mousse cake, I guess you could call it. Irene says, do we want to have children? My wife and I have never talked about it. It's never come up in a conversation, believe it or not. Her friend here in Moscow is currently pregnant, by the way, with what will be her first child with her husband. That would be kind of interesting when that kind of comes around, and obviously Jen will have more interaction with her friend having a baby. We've never really brought it up, honestly. We're probably not really settled on where we want to live. I mean, the plan was to live here maybe 1 or 2 years. Getting the visa tomorrow might change things, plus or minus. I don't know. So we'll have to reevaluate after that. Yeah, we've never talked about it. I mean, every other person you'll see. Okay, I don't know. I mean, especially like maybe on Saturday when I was at the church here, everybody had kids. It was like, I'm just going to talk about for a minute, like where you see a lot of people that were crossing the border to Poland, and the amount of ladies with children. I'm just going to talk about that for a second, but that's it. And here in Moscow, it's kind of the same. There's that big percentage of, there's obviously mothers and fathers and, whatever, husband, wives, boyfriend, girlfriends with kids. But there's an awful, it seems to be like every child that you see in Russia or in Moscow is like that basically 5 or 6 year old child. And then magically there's nobody in between. And then they're all then kind of around about 16, 17, 18 then. So, sorry. Just thought I'd say that. Oh, by the way, okay, bye, Easel Cats. Have to go. Do some work and have a great day and stay happy. Thank you, Easel. Yes, thank you. If you've left, I'm sorry. I watched a video with Sergey watching. Sorry, I'm a bit behind here. I watched a video with Sergey watching a motocross race in Ufa. He had me rolling in laughter since I used to race professionally in 250cc in California back in 81. Wow, I used to race bikes. My sister's middle son was doing enduro racing. He was actually racing BMX as well, and he was very close to basically the top level of BMX racing until he kind of gave up, essentially. He had some foot injuries and things like that. So, but he was doing some motocross riding. That's pretty cool. He went and did maybe he didn't know much about it when he talked about it. So that's kind of interesting. I know when I watch these older videos, circulating Bakakov, it's very fun to watch because I can relate a lot to where he was living and the kind of life, how he was living in in Russia. And that's the one thing that I kind of like, because I can see that truth to when people are being truthful about things here, especially bloggers and vloggers. And even when you watch like an American or a Canadian or an English person here in Russia that does videos, you can see a difference. And you can see even how they edit it or how they talk isn't exactly what it's like here, So, where are we here? Sorry. Oh my gosh, I'm way behind. I'm just going to pull up. There's a super chat here from no comment. Some pocket money. Thank you. No comment. I'm not sure who that is, and it's like a wink smiley face. So thank you. 100 DKK. Is that Danish money? I guess. I think that's DKK is Danish money. Thank you, by the way. Whoever is no comment. I mean, I know there's a lot of people just watching and maybe not chatting. That's perfectly fine, by the way. I'm just going to scroll back up because I've just missed so many things, or I'm just not. So thank you for the super chat. I don't know the answer to being patriotic and nationalist. I'm sorry. I'm not very politically minded with these words. Yeah, Russell looks like Jack Black. Yes. When I was at that Gabushka in Moscow and I was filming there was a guy that spoke virtually no English, and he asked me that I look like Jack Black also. So yes, and I've got to do cuckoo. Maybe my new short hair, my new haircut's doing that. Cuckoo. So it's probably not as bad. When I had my longer hair before I cut it today. School of Rock, yes. Elon Musk just bought Twitter, $40 billion. Yeah, has he actually bought it, or has he just put the bid in for it? I thought he hasn't fully bought it yet. Well, okay, so I can answer the sanctions question about becoming worse in the future. The answer is yes, because I am part of the team that applies them. Okay. And our target is a total oil ban and a buildup of sanctions. Yeah, this is, look, I can't really talk about I can talk about it, but I guess a lot of things like this, I don't have a car, by the way. So here I don't. I want a Porsche Panamera, by the way. So if anyone wants to buy me a Porsche Panamera, I don't really want to. I just want to go for a couple of laps around Moscow in one. And I told Real Moscow this is what I want to do. I probably don't really want to own one. I just want to go for a quick spin in one and just feel it going fast. But like the whole thing about the oil and all that sort of stuff and gas, and I mean, that's a bigger deal in terms of sanctions, rather than stores closing at the shopping center, right? So do you think Elon Musk will change Twitter? Well, maybe he'll let Mr. Trump back in. Baklakov needs to lighten up a little. I am pro-Russian, and he still kicked me from his channel. He could learn a lot from. All right, yeah, right. Yes, Ironwood. Yeah, I know who you're talking about here, and everything you just mentioned. He could learn a lot from these guys. Yeah, Baklakov was doing things quite a few years ago before all these other guys came on the scene. And yeah, he probably, like you say, there could be a little bit more at one with his audience. Elon Musk was at my daughter's work 6 months ago. Wow. I think back. Jeff. Okay. So what's give away $3 billion? Okay, let's go a bit quicker here. We better should leave. Okay. Sorry. Ace says, yeah, Dan, you're lucky. My girlfriend keeps asking me to have children. We're not married yet. Yeah, it's just something that's never come up really. I guess we're not probably around people that have got kids to kind of maybe let that influence our situation. So yeah, that's Ironwood has an Osmo as well. Wow, okay. Yeah, I'm the only one without one now, so thanks to no comment here, super chat. I'm a little bit closer. Thank you. It's very nice. If anyone does super chats, yeah. Do you have any new projects, vlog projects, ideas on the go? For example, a trip to the zoo or the fun fair, assuming that is one in Moscow. Yeah, there is a zoo here. I've never planned to. I've never been there even in 9 years I've lived here on and off. So I need to now. I put my last video. I've got no more in the can, as they say. So I wasn't going to put that video this morning. Was it this morning I put it? The last one? I was going to wait till today or tomorrow and do that. So I'm very much film something and put it within a day or two. I'm not got stuff from 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago like a lot of YouTubers do. So someone mentioned about going to the hardware store. These are kind of videos that I kind of make, like that kind of stuff. Fun fairs haven't really come in yet because it's not warm enough. They're very nice when they are on, though. And I like that kind of thing in terms of making videos. Yeah, I probably should have filmed on Saturday when we walked around the Easter things, and I didn't. Oh, thank you for supporting. Yeah, sorry. Put some likes in the stream. Oh, thank you, Dimmer. Yes, put some strikes. Oh, Brandon says, your haircut looks good. You and I have the same issue on top. Yes, it's gone. This is my dad's hairline that I have, so I can't do anything about this. I've got my mum's straight hair, wherever that is, but I've got my dad's and my granddad's hairline, so I'm kind of stuck with how it is. It does look 1,000 times better when it's shorter, by the way. Yeah, once I have a shave and tidy up a little bit more, I do feel even better. Thank you, Brandon. Really. I think Russia is a real danger, and it is not from the West, but he does not want to hear this. Yeah, look, I guess maybe you're not talking about me, I guess, but look, I guess the country, I mean, I don't really have that big opinion about this, but I think the country can live on and survive, and this whole Iron Curtain thing and shutting down everything in the whole world. I mean, too many countries have too many other allies to close each other off from each other nowadays, right? So, yeah, I hate. Okay, thank you for keeping it real, Russell. Always enjoy your vlogs. Peace from Houston. Oh, Houston, Texas. Nice. Peace from Houston, Texas. Someone asked me earlier, what was my first cruise ship I worked on, and it was out of Houston. That was my first ever flight to America, was to fly from Australia to Houston, and then I was on a cruise ship out of LaPorte. And actually, my last cruise ship, I flew home from Galveston. So I flew out of Houston as well. That was back in March 2020. We were on the cruise ship for an extra 3 weeks before when the shutdown happened. And then we were eventually all flown home progressively till there was no one left on the ships. Yes, I like Texas. I want to go to what's your gas station? This famous world's biggest gas station. My roommate and I had a plan to take an Uber to Buc-ee's, and go to one somewhere in Houston that was close to where the cruise ships would be. And we had this plan to get a Uber there and Uber back and go to Buc-ee's. We talked about this because every guest told us about this damn place. And I understand his protection of his country. I suppose most of us are the same way, but yes, I agree. Okay. The planetarium, and I should visit the zoo. Yes. Yeah, I went to that. Is that the same planetarium we talked about? The one I went to? That's like the outdoor planetarium. I don't know what that's called, but I went to one, and I really liked that place. It had flowers and plants, and there was an indoor glass domed kind of place with tropical plants in there. And do I plan to add donation alert services to your channel? I don't know. Guess I should. I don't know how I do that, but I've got like the PayPal thing, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, Dimmer. Sorry. Not sure what to believe with propaganda on all sides, but for the most part, I know Russian people are good people. Hopefully this works in itself out soon. Pappy, yes. I think that's a good answer. Yeah, I think every side is kind of putting out things and saying things and doing things. And it's up to everybody to kind of basically process that. And unfortunately, I mean, um, even a lot of the journalists that are reporting on what's happening are not there. They're nowhere close to anything that's happening. We just talked about Johnny FD there. He was in Lviv probably last week, I guess. I don't know how long ago he filmed that walk around of Lviv after crossing from Poland. And it honestly is like a normal day of the week there. The way he filmed it, the way he came across in the video, he showed he didn't really talk about anything happening in Ukraine, which is interesting, which he normally does. And you wouldn't know that, how many hours east of where he was that things were happening, so, and that's how it can be simple as that, right? I mean, the news reporters in Lviv, they're not over in Mariupol or in Kharkiv or in these areas. They're not there at all. None of them. So they're not showing any of that because they're not there. They're relying on other footage, which is not maybe the footage. So yes, Brandon, it's a travel vlog. Yes, traveling with Russell, absolutely. But of course, it's going to come up, right? I mean, I'm here. If I look out the window, it's still Moscow region. I've got to correct myself a lot. I corrected the girl on the bus yesterday. Was it yesterday? Yeah, yesterday coming home. There was a girl waiting at the bus stop with me. And every time I go to line up at the bus stop, I joke with people, oh, this is the bus to Sochi. Sochi, Russia, right? And, and then she's like, huh, Sochi? I'm like, no. And then she's like, Aprelivka. Oh, Aprelivka. And she's like, where are you from? And I said, oh, I'm from Aprelivka. No, where are you from? I said, oh, look, I'm originally from Australia, but I live here in Russia in Aprelivka. I said, where are you from? And she said, oh, I'm from Moscow. And I said, no, you're not from Moscow. You're from Aprelivka. You're catching the bus to Aprelivka. Yeah, I live in Aprelivka, but I'm from Moscow. So you're not from Moscow. So I always want to correct, like, I'm traveling, right? Of course. But I'm here in Russia, though. So, yeah, Russians can't send any super chats. Right. Yeah, you can't send. Sorry, Dimmer. PayPal is, you can't use PayPal. Oh. So, yeah, Bucky Beavers. Yes, AKA Bucky's gas station. Yes, I want to go there so bad. I think the channel is called Cara and Nate. I think it is. Watch their video. They did 24 hours at a Bucky's restaurant. They were road tripping in a van that they're living in. I think it's Cara and Nate, if you know them at all. And they did a really nice video at Bucky's. But we talked about going there, my roommate and I, like literally, because he's from South Africa on the cruise ship, Lawrence, and he wanted to do all these American things while we were in Galveston, and obviously things are quite distant from where the ships were. So, beaver nuggets, yes. Oops, wrong one. Yeah, beaver nuggets. Yeah, it was. We just didn't get a chance to go there. We went to Wendy's, Wendy's Burgers. There's a Wendy's in Galveston, and that was like a big deal to go to Wendy's and have a burger. So I took him to Walmart, and he'd just never been outside of South Africa, literally. So, if I was a god, I'd make all the world leaders sit down and shut up and inform them that they will listen to me. Yeah, this is one thing that relates back to the cruise ships, and they always reference even the captain or the cruise director and with all the passengers that a cruise ship is like the United Nations, and the fact that on cruise ships there's about 50 countries of crew working on cruise ships at any time. I think on Horizon, on my last ship was Dream, was like 53 countries of crew members, and it's the ultimate United Nations, and we'd work together, we'd get things done, and I'll talk about this a lot, and I'll, to the end of the world, help and work with another crew member and another team member on anything that they need to do. On cruise ships, unfortunately, there's a little bit of, that's your department, this is my department, your housekeeping, his galley, your engine, your gift shop. But for me, Australian way, right? We'll help anybody if you need help. Just ask. If someone needs something, I mean, if I can help them in some way, I would. So Bucky's is legendary, but Gum is much more impressive. I guess you're talking about the department store here in Moscow, Gum. Gum is impressive. It's across the road from the Red Square and the Kremlin, and it's such a strategic location where it is and what it means and things like that. And yeah, but Bucky's is the world's biggest petrol station. So I like things like that, like the world's biggest, like this, like this is the world's longest or the world's tallest, or I like anything where I can put that reference to something, number one in the world, the biggest or best or longest. So, the uncomfortable truth for some is the world needs Russia more than the world. Russia needs the world. It is self-sufficient as regards to food and energy. This is a rarity in a fast-changing world. True, Graham. Yes. And that's what a lot of people forget, I think, that, there isn't the reliance as much as other countries rely on other countries, right? Exactly what you're saying. I agree. Yeah, if you get back to Galveston, there's a Bucky's on I-45 close to Galveston now. Been there for probably 10 years. Oh, yeah, I'm sure driving from Galveston to the airport, we would have gone past one or two, maybe, I'm sure, because I remember I've done that trip a few times from Houston airport to Galveston and back. Yeah, I could go back to Galveston tomorrow. And I wish I didn't. We used to keep going to the Walmart there on Seawall Boulevard is where the Walmart was. And we even caught the public bus, believe it or not, from the bus station in downtown. We could take the Uber for like $7 or $9, but we catch the public bus for $1 into the machine and go out there and back. No worries at all. Yeah, I just want to go for that place now. Well, maybe Puppy should be the world leader. Oh, there we go. We're already sorting things out. Yeah, Gum. I was there in '88. Oh, that was Australia's bicentenary year. Was 1988. I was still in primary school. We had was the 200 years of Australian settlement was 1988. We got coins, and my mum still got them at home. We got coins in primary school from the government for that. Oh, there we go. I was a truck driver after my logging days in Iowa 80, the world's largest truck shop. Does it for me. Truck stop. Yeah, anything like that is cool for me. Honestly, this is the whole thing for me that, even making these videos, to go to this place that I referenced as being the next IKEA, Toydom is the name of the store. I love that anything like that, where it's like the biggest store, the longest or the tallest or the, and it's just fascinating. I'm sure here in Moscow, there's probably a huge petrol station somewhere, or that's probably the biggest in Moscow. But no, they don't really have that thing on signage here. There's no world's oldest, world's longest, world's biggest. They don't really make a play on that. Have you been to the Mall of America? If you like big, it's big. I haven't been there, no. I would like to go just to say I've been there, but no, I haven't. Most of my traveling was really only in the port cities of America. I've been to Las Vegas though. I've been to Detroit, but I've never been out to Mall of America. I know the place from knowing about it, but not. So yeah, there's a few things here I won't post on the screen, but yeah, on the is it the 8th or the 9th of next month? They've got Victory Day, when they celebrate here. Because like in Australia today, Anzac Day, right, is remembrance. And I know they've got the big parade, and they actually had the flyover today. Must be the military areas nearby where they do the flying. They did like fly pasts of the town where I am here this morning. So yeah, I hope everyone's enjoyed the live stream. I think we'll go for another 9-10 minutes. I think we'll work it out to 11 more minutes we'll go for, if that's okay with everybody. That'll be just about perfect time, I think. This Ironwood, thank you. Yes. Russell. How many times I misspell Russell and Russia, by the way, is like every 5th time. Russia is the world's largest nation. This is why you live in Russia, Russell. It's very true. I think it's like a strange kind of destiny, if that makes sense. I mean, today, my wife getting the phone call, if you watched from the very beginning there, I talked about it. My wife getting the phone call about my visa being ready tomorrow. So we're going at 10 a.m. to the Ministry of, I'm pretty sure it's the Immigration Ministry. I want to know the exact name when I go there tomorrow, what it's called. And I, it's, what was I saying now? I don't know now. I've lost what I was exactly talking about. The world's largest nation. It's destiny. Like, getting this visa call today, putting the money in front of the mirror, like this, apparently this Russian tradition that you put money in front of a mirror and it brings good luck. And it's not really the money side of the thing that needs the luck. It was like just the fact we got the phone call. And when I told my wife on the phone this, I said, "You know why we got the phone call, right?" And she's like, "No." I said, "I put money in front of that mirror today while I was cleaning up in the other room." So there are about 200 nations in Russia. Yeah. Is it districts or I'm not sure what they call like you say, nations, I guess, but just a dot. Okay. Oh, there we go. Yeah. So just talking about there's one of the deleted messages just there. Just while I was walking to the bus stop today, there was this Hummer, the big Hummers. I don't know which model it was, but that Hummer I'm going to say the word decorated with Russian paraphernalia, like decorated, like every window, the bonnet, the back, the roof. And that guy, obviously, I don't know what he's on, but it was crazy. It literally was just down the road. The walk to the bus stop's only about 5 minutes, and it was just putting money in front of a mirror work only for rubles. Yeah, that guy's Hummer today was just crazy. Just talking about that deleted message. Sorry if it's there and gone now, but it's on 2 different screens here. So does money in front of a mirror work? I'm not sure. My wife told me about this. When we got the phone call was about 2 weeks ago. And she did it just the same time that first phone call came about Ibiza. And then today again, it's worked a second time. So I don't know. Pisa says right back, they're just putting money in front of a mirror. Yeah, maybe Real Moscow Project, something about that. Like someone's going to have to Google it as well, maybe. I wonder if Google's got something. Putting money in front of a mirror. It's feng shui. There we go. So feng shui. Oh, let's see if Let's just bring that up, shall we? Where are we here? This is from fengshui.tips.org. So it's an organization, so it's semi-trusted. In the shop. Oh, there we go. So I just saw the thing about you put, for example, if you want to increase more sales in the shops that you have a mirror reflecting your cash register. This symbolizes a doubling of business. This helps to literally double your sales. In the home, mirrors are best placed in living and dining rooms. Feng Shui mirrors reflecting the dining room table doubles the food, which signifies wealth and abundance. But you don't want the mirror to reflect garbage dumps or dirty drains from outside. In the bedroom, when the mirror is reflecting your bed, it doubles your loneliness if you're single. What? 10 things your mirror should never reflect: the bed, the toilet, fames in the kitchen, another mirror, clutter, dirty drains, missing corners. All right, so maybe this trusted website double wealth, placing mirrors in front of money. Yeah, it doesn't say putting money in front of the mirror. It doesn't really say on this then. It's just all about feng shui. So all right. um, they say there's tons of gold in the Kremlin. I'm looking for my night vision goggles on plane ticket into Turkey. Yeah, they've got the diamond fund there. That's the kind of the diamond exhibition inside the Kremlin. So I guess there's a lot of diamonds there too. Oh, Gary, how's it going? We've yes, real Moscow. Yeah, your savior. So, oh, here we are. Real Moscow was basically instantly promoted to be it's been instantly promoted to do a what do you call this? Sorry, what's with the spanner? Moderator. Sorry, moderator. Keep what you're doing so well, an unbiased take on the everyday life for you and the ordinary folks in Moscow. Not now, get to bed. Yeah, I've got a few more minutes, by the way. Thank you, Graham. Yeah, and we've got to be in Moscow for 10 a.m. in the morning, so that means maybe 7:30 we'll leave. I think 8. It depends if we might go take the public train tomorrow, the suburban train. Maybe it's a little bit easier to get to where we have to go to in Moscow, taking the train. So, Rachel says it causes twins. The mirror in the bed, maybe the mirror in the bedroom causes twins. Huh. Oh, peace. Thank you for the super chat. Thanks for the mirror tip. Yes, you're welcome. Yeah, look, my wife told me about it, so I'm going to thank her ultimately. So, yeah, she was the one that's told me about this. And the 2 times we've done it, well, the second time today and the first time she did it, it's worked. So I wonder with the other things about in your house and bedroom and stuff. Mr. Gary is here. I didn't add you on Facebook. Okay, so Ironwood says, yeah, I'll be glad to see you in Moscow. Yeah, Ironwood, if you're going to meet with Real Moscow Projects, she likes to walk a lot. So if we meet again, Real Moscow, we're going to walk less, okay? We're just going to walk to certain places. Brandon, if you want to be a moderator, you're more than welcome. Just let me know. I can add lots of moderators to the chat. create churches, but they were. I don't know why. The rest is history. Me, it's me, and only using message to the phone. You guys are chatting amongst yourselves here, so it's not really talking about too much in the chat. So yeah, we got 41 likes. That's just crazy, by the way. Thank you very much for the thumbs ups and the amount of comments. And if anyone wants to comment on the video after the video is finished, you're welcome to comment afterwards. That's no worries, because it basically all of the comments in live chat don't go towards the video, if that makes sense. So any thumbs ups afterwards or comments, you're very welcome to do that. Mirrors really work. I have one outside my shower. My belly has doubled in size. It's meant to half in size. You've got to have one of those like funny mirrors, like those bendy mirrors where it shows, those crazy mirrors, right? The ones that you go to them at the fun parks with the crazy mirrors. You can get the ones where it's like makes you look skinnier. They do. Supposedly, they do that in department stores and clothing stores. They've got like false mirrors in the change rooms to make people look better in the mirror when you try on clothes. So if you kind of believe that, then I don't know. So, yeah. So very interesting about. Yeah, so yeah, Gary, I guess maybe you'll watch the replay or not, but yeah, tomorrow I'm going officially to the ministry to get my Russian residency visa. So I think my mirror's upside down. That's probably why you look chubbier than skinny. So Brandon, you need to spin it around and sorry. Yeah, this is supposedly what they do in clothing stores. So take that as truth if you think. Wow, my face really looks dry here now. It's not even really cold today outside. I tend to get this more when it's cold. It's very weird. Today when I came back home, so I came from the bus stop and then walked straight to the hairdressers, and it's in the same place where my wife's salon is. So I know the guy very well that's cutting my hair there. And then, so once how they cut your hair, then they blow dry it to get all the hair blown away. And I'm sitting there like smiling away while he's blow drying. And then I open my eyes and he's just almost crying with laughter because he knows it's like cooling my head because I was still a little bit sweaty from walking from the bus stop. So, Real Moscow's off to bed. Yeah, I'm going to head off too in a second as well. I know I keep saying that, but I really, really am. Sorry, guys, got to go to bed. Good night and good day to everyone. Thank you for the chat, Ross. Yeah, thank you, Real Moscow Projects. We can chat on Instagram. What do you call this? Telegram. I'm going to say Instagram. Telegram anytime. We'll have to try and figure out going somewhere or doing something to make a video somehow, I guess. It's good night from me, the two Ronnies. Yes, I know this well. It's good night from him, it's good night from me, and it's good night from you. And do you know Paul Daniels? 3, 2, 1. I don't know how English you are, Graham. So if you know Paul Daniels, you'll know this one. 3, 2, 1. That's my English for you there. So have you ever been to the heartland of America? I haven't. No. That's the one thing with working on cruise ships. You end up at every coastal place in America, and you see all the American coastal cities. So like, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Tampa, Galveston, Boston, New York. Long Beach is where the ships go out of LA. So you don't really see any kind of thing inland from America. I mean, I'd love to do that drive. I've said this a million times, to sign off the ship in Miami and drive to LA to do the flight back to Australia. I'd love to do that drive. I mean, I'd love to do any cross-country drive in America. Not just this whole Route 66 thing that's so, iconic sort of thing, but just any of these kind of American-style road trips that people talk about a lot. I'd love to do that. I mean, I know it's very vast and a huge country and things like that. I mean, I'd love to do the train trip here. I mean, if Dimmer, this is my official question to Dimmer. Actually, maybe even Real Moscow, if she's not left already. Dimmer, maybe if you and I want to do the trip from St. Petersburg to Vladivostok on the train. Oh my gosh, I was going to say Indian Pacific. On the Trans-Siberian train. If you guys want to tell me if that would be a good idea, then we could do that train trip. So, Dimmer, if you want to do that with me, then it would be I'll film it. You can do the editing and on the channel for me. Then we're on, because I'd love to do that trip. And my wife won't do it, by the way. She doesn't want to do that train trip at all. 100%, 1000%. Wishing peace for the whole world. Yes, Pappy, completely agree with you. Yeah, it's. I think everybody's got something going on. Oh, have a good night, Russell. If you need any help, I'd be more than happy to get. I can get on. I'm busy next week for sure. I'd be more than happy. Oh, I can get. Oh, you mean in terms of doing the moderator, Brandon? I think yes. I think. Breaking news: Elon Musk has just bought Twitter for $44 billion. My gosh. He seems like a cool guy, though. I know people probably love and hate him, but he seems, yeah, all coastal cities. Yeah, that's pretty much all I've seen in America, Gary. Oh, that was another show, 321. Can't remember. Oh, yeah, he was a magician. Can't remember who said that, though. Maybe next time. Yeah, Paul Daniels, the magician, did the 321. A Russian friend of mine rode coast to coast in the US on a motorbike. He's from Krasnoyarsk. I don't know, Karabakh. I'm not up on every Russian city. Sorry. Oh, Ironwood said he'd love to do the trip. Yes, I kind of like trains more because of Russia, and the fact that it's a major part of even just European travel in general. When we were in Italy on the cruise ship, I took trains, and I've still got the Train Italia app on my phone. Train Italia as well, so we could know the train times and things like that in Italy when we were there on the cruise ship. So yeah, I think it's just a normal way to travel in Europe, right? And it's now that it's on Newsmax. He's now the new owner of Twitter. I guess he kind of got the money together to do it. To Twizzler. Yeah, he's going to change the name to Twizzler. Is it Twizzler? Twizzler. I love Twizzlers, by the way. It's the strawberry Twizzlers. We had them on the cruise ship. Oh my god, the amount of Twizzlers! And then when we had stuff that was expired, we'd eat even like the expired ones. Oh my god, sorry. When you guys mention something, it just brings back like a memory of something else. That's the funny thing. So, all right, I think, are we nearly at the end of the stream? Nearly. What do you think, everybody? Has everyone had a good time chatting tonight? My cheeks are hurting, so it must have been good. So, I know Gary's a little bit late to the party here, but the Dusty Bin, just looked it up. The 321 thing was Dusty Bin. Oh, maybe I'm completely off. I'm sure that at the end of a TV show, that was the famous kind of thing that they do, Graham. I'm sure that was what it was at the end of a TV. Look, I left England when I was 8 years old, by the way, so I'm probably not completely right or wrong. Yeah, I'll have to watch reruns. Oh yeah. Oh, sorry. Gary says he'll have to watch the rerun of the live stream. Yes. Hopefully, it's coming across okay. And Gary, we did have a couple of super chats tonight, by the way, from people. So that was always appreciated from anybody that posted super chats. And actually, Anonymous, I'm not sure. Maybe Anonymous is here or not. I don't know. So two of the super chats, well, one of them or two of them. Oh my gosh, I feel bad now. One was from Peace. Sorry. We talked about the mirrors, and there was one from Anonymous. Yeah, so that was very nice. Huh. Yeah, so yeah, I hope everyone's liked the last couple of videos of the yeah, oh, there we go. So Chuck Woolley on Love Connection used to do 2 and 2 with his fingers at the end. Okay. It's cool that we have a star chat group. Yeah, it's nice now. Late to the live, looking forward to the replay. Loving the content. Oh, Tony. Oh, Tony talks. I saw you had one video, Tony, with 40,000 views on one of your videos. By the way, everybody in the chat, Tony is my, well, maybe third cousin, I guess. I don't know how we're related. Third cousin, fourth cousin. But he makes on YouTube videos about football or soccer. He's going to hate me for saying this. He makes soccer-related content, and he's like absolute boffin of English football. There's a channel that I watch, Tony, and I'm sure you know it. I think he's an English guy, and he goes around all the Scottish like minor league teams and does like stadium tours and goes to watch like third and fourth division football teams. And I don't know the guy's channel name, but he does very, very good videos going to football matches and going to small stadiums, and mostly up in Scotland and that way, and that's some in England as well. But maybe that's something around what your channel should be, I think. So thank you, Russell. Chat was fun. Oh, hi from India. Just to say hi, 2:45. Yeah, it's late here now. It's just on 12 o'clock here. So I like doing a little bit earlier start so that it's not as late when I do finish. Oh, no more censorship in Twizzler. So I wonder if they'll let us use it here in Russia, because Twitter is actually is blocked here. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. Okay, LinkedIn's been closed for a lot of years. That's not new. So yeah. That's cool that we have a star chat group. Yeah, I completely agree. Yeah, I think we've got a nice audience. We got up to, what was the highest we got up to? Views? No, what's that one? I think the highest we got up to was 36 people at one time. So, or maybe TikTok is blocked as well, is it? I don't know. Oh, it's good for you, puppy. 3 o'clock in Utah. Yes, you're very lucky. Yeah, I could do probably like lunchtime, so it's 3 a.m. for you. What do you think? I should do a lunchtime live stream from here in Moscow. Then it would really be my live stream. So yeah, I'm kind of all out of things to say. I wonder if switching that light does that make any difference? Not really. Make me more beautiful. I'm going to switch that off because I've got my light right here that I use when I film. I don't film anything for this channel, but I sometimes do cruise questions and answers where I use the light. Tuft wants to know what's the time now. It's 12:14 a.m. here in Moscow. 12:14 a.m. So it's a little bit late, but it's okay. Normally I'm 1, 2, 3 a.m. I go to sleep actually, but I wake up a little bit later. So, more Jack Blackish. Thank you, Puppy. I appreciate the kind words. Good night and peace out. Thank you, Peace, by the way. Again, thanks for the super chat. I think okay, we're gonna have to get through this microwave situation first. So I am who asked me about the question about what videos I've got coming up? Was it Graham, I think? Was to go make a video buying my wife a microwave with some of the super chats. So yeah, good night. Yeah, I'm just about to leave. Peace. Okay, so yeah, what am I doing? I'm putting up the wrong things here. Sorry. Good night. Peace out. Yes. Sorry, I'm pressing the wrong buttons now because it's going quicker. Bye. You guys enjoyed it. Yes, I think everyone has had a good time chatting tonight. So we'll have to come up with some sort of a concept for the live streams. Whether we can do maybe something like a trivia or a question and answer or something like that. Bye, Muak. Night. Yes. Do the people of Russia now know what's going on in Ukraine? Look, that's, I mean, without answering, because we're trying to keep all of this sort of stuff out of the question and answers, but it's going to come up, right? We have VPNs. I mean, I have a VPN that I can open Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. I can open any Western news website. So, so yeah, everything, it's, we can see things. I mean, we can all see things. You know what I mean? I think a lot of things run a lot deeper than what the news is about, for a lot of people, so. Oh, no, it's I think you're doing like the noise, no? Sorry. Oh, that's close to the microphone. My Australian microphone. If only Rode would sponsor me, and then I'd tell everybody 5 times per video about how nice this microphone is, because it's got this fancy thing right here. I feel like it's like like the radio hosts. And that's exactly what I feel about this thing. And I should have owned one of these. Well, I've been to YouTube about 2 years. I should have owned one of these 2 years ago. It would have been the best thing I ever bought. And it wasn't cheap, by the way, but it's what it is. Give VPN to your friend. You want to go on a road trip? Yes. Thanks for your info from Spain. Oh, Juan Carlos Barrientos. Muchas gracias, por favor. That's my Spanish. You're very welcome. Yeah, well, I was on a cruise ship in Barcelona 3 years ago. We were in Barcelona, Spain, actually on my Facebook was the memories. I was in Capri today 3 years ago. The cruise we did from Barcelona to the, I guess, Italian ports and things like that. So Mediterranean. And hi from, everybody's chipping in now. There we go. Brian's from Ontario, Canada. Oh, I miss ketchup chips, by the way. You guys have got beautiful ketchup, tomato ketchup potato chips. And poutine, not Putin. And you guys want to get rid of that, by the way, which is basically fries and cheese curd, but you can do fries and cheese sauce. Yeah, I missed that as well. Someone asked me about what I miss from Australia, but if I can tell you about things I miss from Canada, there's two things right there. So thank you so much for the conversation. Yes, we are signing out here slowly. I think everyone's going to have to just leave the chat so it basically knows that everyone's gone. So I'm worse at saying goodbye than everybody else. You know, like when you put the phone down, like you hang up, no, you hang up, no, you hang up. I feel like that's how we're ending this. Yeah, I love poutine. Yes. Yes, poutine is very nice. Yep. Thank you, Ironwood. Have a good night. Is it telling me here? Participants. I think it's the same. Yeah, this participant thing only shows up like few names. Bearbull, Brian, Gary, Ironwood, Juan Carlos, Papi, Rachel, Tuft, and Ilianosiano. Sorry if I messed up your name. Yeah, thank you, Brian. Ironwood, Bearbull, everybody who's watched. Yes, I'm going to say goodbye. Again, thanks for the thumbs up. We're on 46. If anyone wants to throw one in there, if you haven't already, maybe we'll get to 50, will we? No, we won't. I don't think so. Maybe all 16 of you have got a thumbs up. So I watch one guy that does like giveaways when he gets to like so many likes on each video, but I can't post things, can I, from here? So good night to all, Russell. Thank you, Gary. Yes. Peace and love. Yes. Oh, wow. Lots of thank yous. Oh, 47 likes. Oh, there we go. We got 47. I think maybe, Pappy, you did the last one there. Thank you, Bearbull. Good night as well. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. So, yeah, everyone's slowly saying goodbye and then leaving, which is good. So, oh, Illinois is not my real name. Oh, so maybe that's your YouTube channel, maybe. So, all right. I'm going to say goodbye. We got 48. Oh, you see 49. I see 48. Oh, where's 49? Maybe we won't leave till we get to 50. Maybe someone's pressing like, unlike. You can press that to make me feel good, right? Oh, so close. There we go. My wife. Well, she's not so. We have Ilianaziano. So at the local shops nearby here, the Rinak that's near the highway, there's a place where we go to do photocopying or like scanning documents or passport photos. It's like a traditional 1-hour photo developing place as well, like old school place. And when we were doing my wife's visa application, I needed to print out and scan a lot of documents, and we don't have a printer here. So I'd have to go there, print something out. Mostly when I was doing letters, I was doing a lot of letterheads for documents for my wife's visa. So I'd have to type a letterhead and a letter and then sign it and then attach it back to the document. Oh my God, back and forward. But my wife says that that's my second wife in Moscow, is the lady at the photocopy shop. So instead of me telling her I'm going to do some printing documents, I go to my second wife. So I think she'll be okay with me kissing somebody on YouTube. So I changed my name from Ross as well. Too many clowns chasing me around the internet. So Pappy Hook. Yeah, I don't know what I'd have to reference what your logo is, so I'm not too sure. Yeah, Pappy Van Winkle is only thing that I see when I see your name. So, greetings from the Netherlands. Oh, we're gonna get to 50 likes, I think, somehow. Jorian, how's it going? Greetings as well. Oh, okay. So I don't know if we're going to go any longer. You guys want to chat for longer, or I think we're slowly heading down to not many people watching now. So, Oh, that was mine. Oh, okay. You did the 49 thumbs up. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm not too sure how many people. There isn't lots of people who watch this afterwards, but I guess it works for YouTube. Oh, Rachel is onto this. We have one more person. Maybe we can share this to. We can get to hundreds of people in the chat. What was the record here, by the way? So next time we have a goal to beat. 36. Is that the highest? Yeah, 36 was the most people we had in the chat at one time. So, and we had 3 super chats. So 3 and 50. Brian wants to know, oh, what's going on? It's people coming in everywhere now. We're going to have records galore by the end of the live stream. How is the weather now? It's not changed from when we started. It's now 10 degrees. It's 22 because I've opened the kitchen window because my computer sometimes doesn't like the warm weather in here. So this is 10.8 is on the right outside the balcony here. I've got a sensor taped on the inside of the window or sticky backed. And then this is the one that sits in here that tells me it's 22.7 inside, but it's probably more like 27 if I close the window because we've got central heating and then double glazed windows. It's actually much warmer in here than the I can be barefoot. I'm in shorts and t-shirt, and if I close the window it actually slowly gets a little bit too warm, because with double glazing you don't have any outside weather influence, right? So then if you're actually cooking in the kitchen, like with the oven on, it's like really warm sometimes. You're like, it's almost too warm in the kitchen. So yeah, 50. We're on 50. You see 51, but we're definitely on 50 right now. So that's very cool. Yeah, so it's now dry outside, but it was rain when I went to go to the shopping center this afternoon. It was raining, like drizzling. That's what my wife said. It's drizzling. Yeah, and then on the way home it was drizzling as well. But it's not raining outside now, but the roads are all wet. I can see the puddles. There's a car just coming down the road. Brian says, Pappy, yes, I'm on the 10th floor. Wow, how do you know where I live? Whoa. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm on the 10th level. Yes. We used to live on the 11th level, which is one above us here. So, wow, that's kind of crazy. I think maybe I've mentioned that before to people. That's why I'm on the 10th level. So, unless you just guessed that right by chance. I don't know. Are you outside with a torch looking up from downstairs? Now I'm hungry. I'm going for some poutine. Oh, Brian, lucky for you. I'm going to have some of this chocolate mousse cake that I brought from the store today. So, and when I told the lady I'll come back if it wasn't good. I'm going to have to go back and thank her now when I go back. So I'll have the rest of that because I've got no chocolate bar tonight to eat. Normally I have a chocolate bar for late night snack, but no chocolate tonight. So, all right. Oh, 50. Oh, we are on 51 likes. That's just amazing. I think that's the record 1,000%, 2,000%. So that's amazing. Thank you, everyone. Yeah. All right. I'm out of here. Thanks, everybody, for watching Traveling with Russell here from Moscow, Russia. Thank you to everyone that's chatted with me through the last couple of hours. 52 now. Who's putting likes? My gosh. That's crazy. Thank you. Yeah, Constantine. Oh, okay. So maybe I mentioned, or you're just following. Constantine's usually on the 24th floor. That would make me giddy. Yeah, he lives. No, well, I won't mention anything about where he lives because I don't know what he mentions in all of his videos. But he's literally 20 minutes, 15 minutes from me by car. So he lives a little bit much closer to Moscow than I am, but yeah, he lives in a much bigger building than I do. The building we're in here is 14 levels, so that's the top floor. And I'd actually even say, no, probably the next building. I think it's maybe the same height. I think that's the highest building in town here. Come to think of it, most of the older apartment buildings are the 5-level Khrushchevkas. And then there's some of the 9-level buildings. So basically they had 5-level and it was 9. And then after that, it was kind of unlimited. So, okay, now we have like the graph has gone back up now with people watching. So if only this was my bank account, then I'd be... then it would be really very good. Yeah, Konstantin's not on today. Yeah, I didn't notice that he didn't post today. So, yeah, 10th level is perfectly good here. Yeah, 10th or 11th. I mean, we're also very lucky in this apartment building. You can just see the window actually from the angle now. If I turn that a little bit more, you can even see the lights. The 10th level till 14th level has 10th level till 14th level has the floor to ceiling windows. Very traditionally, almost every apartment in Moscow has only the where am I? My finger here has this lower level would be bricked, and then you just have a 3/4 window, which is openable. This one's openable. So the this we're very lucky. The 10th level and above has the full floor to ceiling window. So like where the balconies, you'd have like a wall here, and then you'd have another door going out to a traditional balcony. So where it's been removed here, it's made the kitchen bigger. We can have a sofa behind us here and the kitchen table. So it's just much bigger. That makes sense. So we're very lucky with the big windows. So yeah, 20. My wife's friend, the one that's pregnant, Olya. What level did she live on before? My gosh, that would have to be 24, 25, 26. I think hers was like 30 plus level building, but when you looked out the window, like everyone looked like little ants down on the lowest level. It was crazy when you look out. It was true like that, where you'd look out from the edge and you'd sort of step back because you were so high up. There you go. So Konstantin wasn't on today because he had tech issues and he had an interview today. There you go. Maybe he's posting on Telegram or on his community tab. I don't know. So, Gary said he lived on the 68th floor in New York City. Wow, 68th level. Yeah, the highest building. What's that building in Moscow here? Is that 100? The one in Moscow City? I don't know what height that is. The one where you can go to the lookout. I think it feels like it's on the 100th level. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's 90 or something like that. He was with a lady YouTuber. He was interviewed with a lady YouTuber. Maybe he met someone else that lives locally and did a video together. That would be interesting to see how they make the video together. We did actually plan, he and I, to make videos. This is right, kind of as everything kind of went a little bit cuckoo, I guess. And now that he's not in the country as well, obviously, but we have got a plan that we will meet up and do a video. We were just going to sit down and like have some food. He used to do the ones where he'd go out on like Friday night or Saturday night and just go to a cafe or a bar, like a cafe or a restaurant. And I'll be happy to sort of sit and do that with him. Actually, that would be just more than interesting for me. Yeah, the highest is in Dubai. Yeah, the Burj Khalifa. Yes, that would be crazy to go up that building. Oh, 110 levels is Burj Khalifa. Crazy. I watched one of the building of that where they showed the people on the top levels when they were doing the final construction. Do you know Valerie from Different Russia channel? I don't know her. I've watched some of her videos. I feel like I know her from watching the videos. You know how you kind of get that connection with people from watching. She does very much a vlog style, so she films a lot more day-to-day things happening, whereas I kind of do a bit of a theme to a video that I make. So I really should send her a message maybe and ask her if she maybe wants to meet somehow, or she lives on the kind of the opposite side of Moscow from where I am as well. So whereas Constantine is literally up the road, literally. So actually, when I met him the first time, I caught the bus and just got off at the bus stop on the way to close to where his house was. I could have almost got off and walked to his place from another bus stop, but we went just further down the road because it was just easier. We were going to this at the time when we met up the first time. There's a series of apartment blocks that were built very close to Vnukovo Airport, and it turns out that the contracts for the construction were illegally signed, and they were built not legally within the rules of how close you can be to an airport. So apparently they were in kind of like a flight path of the airport, so they were never moved into. So people had paid the deposits, they paid to have their apartment built. You know how you buy them pre-construction. And for about 2 or 3 years, I think maybe at least 2 years, they were in limbo with the government because they'd basically annulled the contract for construction and never give the final permits. And we went there to go look at these apartments because they weren't abandoned. They were basically all finished and locked up, and the realtor was still there selling apartments. So we actually went to the realtor's office, and they've got like a display village of a couple of apartments of what the layouts would be. But we were kind of hoping when we went together, they'd take us inside the empty apartment buildings and let us go for a tour to see the apartments, and we'd pretend that we wanted to buy one. But when we went there, they were like, "Oh, you can just see the display ones just in this place." And they got a bit sus because I was obviously speaking in English, and then maybe they thought that I was like a reporter or someone from the news or something, and they didn't really let us do much more than just see the temporary apartments, like the mock apartments, you know. So yeah, yes, you should. You guys are awesome. Thank you. Yeah, I for sure when he gets back to Moscow. Sorry, I'm itchy now. I'm gonna meet up with him 100% because he is a super nice guy. I can, even without the camera on, he and I could just chat away and talk about everything, and we have a lot of similar things in common, I guess you could say, from him living in America and me working on cruise ships in America. So yeah, Konstantin is really worried about all of this. He has a good insight. Yeah, he's also, his job as well is involved with building power plants and the power stations. And I think his company's obviously in a little bit of limbo with probably the contracts for what they were doing in Russia and things like that. So, and obviously, I think how they build power stations here in Russia, they rely on outside contractors and equipment for construction. So I think that might be a bit of a challenge with his industry right now. So that's probably why he's the way he is and seems stressed in a lot of his conversations. All right. Now I'm going to breathe out, and I'm a little bit hungry and thirsty. So 53 likes, everybody. We got over 50. Thank you for the last few. That was very nice to the last few people who are still here. Yeah, Siemens turbines. Yeah, you guys know. Maybe he's mentioned. I don't know if he mentioned this. I don't watch every video he makes, by the way, especially with his live streams every night. I don't watch all of these sort of things. I kind of like his vlog style videos more than his live streams personally. Rachel is there. She's like the likes watch coordinator. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you. 54 we're on. Did it go up? Someone's maybe clicking and unclicking the like button. I wonder. Does it say anything about Twitter here? Not. Maybe on Australian news. I was just going to open the other screen over here on the side. No, the only news on the front page of the Australian news is about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. Oh, there you go. 61.4 billion Australian dollars. Oh, he's vowed to defeat spam bots and authenticate all humans as he moves to buy social media platform Twitter for 61.4 billion. Holy smoke, that's a lot of money. Oh, Pappy said, just keep going. Maybe we should go for 100 likes. I don't know if we can 50 or 50. We do seem to have more people magically, so I don't know how we have more people in the chat. I thought we were going down in the number of people. So yeah, by the way, did everybody watch my last couple of live move? What am I talking about? I'm going delirious. Did everybody watch the last couple of videos? So there was the one that I did at the ultra luxury shopping mall. That was Crocker City Mall. It's called Crocker City. And then I kind of filmed that at the same time or the same day as the IKEA lookalike store, which is Poydom. I filmed them both on the same day. I'm sure you can notice that from what I'm wearing. But I intentionally kind of put them a couple of days apart from each other when I upload them. So I know Gary tells me another shopping center tour. If you noticed at the very beginning, Gary, I'm sure you noticed the way I kind of came across. But I'm trying to go to different places, like different places than in other videos. I'm not going back to the same one and refilming the same thing. So yeah, Gary, Gary, you're worth 200 billion. No, Elon Musk is worth 200 billion. That's an insane amount of money, really. Yeah, my wife's gonna kill me. Yeah, I did tell her I was doing the live stream. I did mention this afternoon when we were on the phone, and then when she got home from work, that I was going to do the live stream. So she knows I do them, and she knows it's a part of what I do as a job, if you want to call YouTube a job. So she knows that I stay up late doing things, and I don't just sit here watching YouTube videos. I'm not playing video games or anything like that. So, yeah, she sort of tunes out a little bit. If I could show you the other direction here. So the kitchen door, it's got, like, whoever built the apartment here, instead of having just a solid kitchen door, it's got glass panels in the middle of it, like glass panes. So when I've got the lights on in the kitchen here, normally I don't have all the lights on. I've just got like one set of lights on. The light reflects through to the other room. So we've kind of got a hallway, then the bedroom. So normally she puts a blanket over the door so that the light doesn't go through to the other room. So Oh, you're giving me all suggestions here. I went. Oh, sorry. I'll go to Brian's first. I did go to two. Oh, I should show you. Well, I guess it won't really come up. Oh, I don't know how long away them photos would be. Oh, there it is. Right there. Oh my gosh, I can't see. And I think I pressed the wrong button already. Oops. That's not that one. Let's go that way. That was me at the. Oops. That's me with the cheerleaders. Yeah, that's the ice hockey. There's lots of the same. Sorry. That's sorry, everyone. That's the ice hockey. So I went to two games over Christmas time, and they stand up and do the national anthem for the two teams, and everybody sings along to the national anthem like at any sporting event around the world, right? It's the same thing. So yeah, I'd like to see a video on how to use the trains in Moscow. I love trains and watch those videos from different countries all the time. Learn before I visit. Okay. Train videos I can make. That was actually probably how a lot of the initial likes were on this channel and views when I did the video of the electric buses. So, yeah, videotaping the ice hockey. I have done an old video on my other channel. Can I find it? That's the question. Let me see if I can find it while I'm here chatting to you guys, and I'll put a link in the description, as they always say, right? I'll put a link in the description of the maybe it wasn't the ice hockey, maybe it was the football. Did I go to ice hockey? I went to the football. Yeah, I've gone two different videos. Going to the football in Moscow. Planes, trains, and Russian football. Or maybe this one. Maybe you guys can watch this video. I don't know how interesting it will be, but let's just see here. I'll put a link to this video and see how you guys like this one. 1 second. I'm just going to click like 7 different things. There it is. So this is on my other channel, by the way. So a lot of the travel videos were on my cruise channel when I was on vacation. So, and I'm not sure which video you might watch, but there's 2 different ones. There's probably a Russian video playlist in my cruise channel. It's called I Like Cruise Ships. Yeah, that one was cool. The last one, Schumacher store, is the race car driver. Oh, really? There's a Schumacher store. Is the race car driver Michael Schumacher? Huh? I saw that. What was the other car brand there? The Bentley store. I didn't even honestly, and even when I said it in the video, I didn't even know Bentley had stuff. Oh, Brandon says he loves trains as well, and I have many old Soviet steam pictures. Yeah, there isn't so many. I mean, most of the trains that you see on the suburban tracks here are really the, I guess the diesel and electric trains. Buying my train ticket to Austria would have been a lot more difficult if I hadn't watched the videos prior to going. Different price deals too, for example, trains and whatnot. Yeah, that's very true. I mean, actually, even about this, when Dimmer and I, Dimmer's probably long gone now. When Dimmer and I go on the Trans-Siberian Railway, then I've watched a couple of videos on the Trans-Siberian, but I think it wouldn't be that difficult. I know people make it out to be very difficult, but as long as you kind of break it up into sort of segments and do maybe a cheap hotel stay somewhere between segments. Here we have big boy locomotives, truly a monster machine. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, the Russian national anthem. Yes, that's from the ice hockey. Yeah, I think I've been twice, and I think I've filmed it every time I've been. I've got that video saved. Oh, look up locomotive Big Boy 401 Union Pacific. Oh, let's have a look. Oh, no, we can't. Big Boy, what's it called? 401? Oh, there's a proper steam train. There you go. All I know from steam trains is the Flying Scotsman. That's the only one that I do know, by the way. So, of all of the sort of famous steam trains in the world, if that makes sense. Yeah. Oh, that's the Schumacher. Yeah. All right, everybody. Where are we at? 60 likes. We've hit 60 likes. I'm laughing now, and I shouldn't be laughing. Sorry. I should be thankful, which I really am. It blows me away. Like every time I think of the reach of YouTube and how possible it is that, I mean, you can literally be in somebody's home. I can be in someone else's home watching them, you know what I mean? And I forget, even when I watch someone else's live stream, that they're literally somewhere else in the world filming, watching the chat scroll by and things like that. And I forget that someone else in the world is doing the same thing on the opposite end, So, Doomsday Tonight, interesting channel name. Yeah. Stick around. 100 is ahead. I don't think it's likely. Thank you, Rachel. How is life without Netflix or Prime Video, other Russian alternatives? We can still get all these via VPNs, so they're not cut off. So just be very wary that, every Russian or anybody that's got a cell phone or a mobile phone can access any of these things through VPNs, which I'm doing the same thing for my Facebook. And then actually for the websites where I download TV shows. So I use Easy TV or Pirate Bay. And then also I'm watching sport channels. So like I watched early this morning, I watched the Australian football match and then the golf on the weekend. So yeah, you should take a break. I'm just about to say good night. Yes, I am. No more likes. It's not gone past 60, so You can hold the world in the palm of your hand, Pappy. Yes. That's the amazing thing with YouTube. And I probably never realized it 10 years ago or 15 years ago or how long ago that I'd be sitting here like this now, or I'd be making videos and uploading them and being able to show something that's where I live, you know what I mean, or where I'm currently living. Even with the cruise ship videos, essentially most of the videos on that channel will get views forever because they're very searchable videos. A lot of what I did over there was searchable videos. So they'll get a lot more views for the rest of their life. A lot of videos maybe on this channel necessarily aren't as searchable, in terms of the search terms. It's very, very interesting. I mean, you can watch, any theme, any niche you possibly like in your head. You can just type it into a search and something will come up about it, right? There'll be, maybe amazing, maybe not amazing content, or somebody literally filming with, I don't know, iPhone 2. Yeah, this is right. Seeing things from around the world is amazing. Yeah, it's next level. I mean, honestly, and it shocks me every time when you watch other people and you feel like you know them. And I talked about this on other live streams about the community of YouTube and the relatability you have with somebody, and how you kind of, you feel like you know them. And if you kind of saw them in the street, you'd kind of just go, oh, how you going? I recognize you and stuff like that. When I was on the cruise ships working, because I'd made a lot of videos on Carnival Horizon, the ship I was on at the time when I started doing YouTube, a lot of passengers and a lot of guests would cruise and then would recognize me from the videos. And if they didn't, I'd say, my guy I was working with, Lawrence, he'd always mention, oh, Russell's on YouTube, he's famous. And I'm like, no, not really. And they're like, oh. I said, oh, have you watched this video about the Carnival Horizon? I made a video about how to use the elevator on the ship. How to use the elevator. And I've said, did you watch the secret elevator video? Like, yeah. Oh, that is you. Now I recognize you. So I'm yet to be recognized in Moscow, by the way. I'm recognized in my local town because somebody posted somebody posted a photo of me cleaning the streets with the local council. There was some guys cleaning the footpaths with the snow, and I went down to help them. And the photo ended up on Instagram. So that'll have to be another video completely, because it's kind of interesting, that video. I met the local mayor of our town here because of that photograph, and he wanted to thank me for helping the local community. So thank you, Gary, for the super sticker. He's like hippopotamus, no? Get up. Get up. Thank you for €5. I'm going to keep doing this. I know it's weird, but it's like a blessed thank you. So it's very nice. So we have kind of two funds going, by the way, Gary. You might have missed out. So because we had earlier super chats from other people. So the microwave and toaster fund for my wife. Actually, there's 3 now, depending on where we end up going for this. In May, there's a small holiday in Moscow from about the 3rd to the 10th of the month. And my wife wants to go on a small holiday. So that's the 3rd fund. Oh, the 2nd fund. And the 3rd one is to get this camera. Well, a new live streaming camera would be ideal, but would be to get this Osmo Pocket. So if anyone's seen these Osmo Pocket, it's like a little camera with a little small camera on it, and it just looks very inconspicuous when you walk around filming things. And it would suit my videoing a lot better. So, yes, thank you for this super sticker. It's a shame you can't put the comment here, because on the super sticker it comes with like a little picture, a GIF. When you put it on the screen here, it doesn't show it. Puppy was going half an hour ago. Yeah, I was too, by the way. So the likes haven't gone up. So I was basing it on the likes going up. Do you continue to get paid for these videos? Rachel, so just to answer the question, yes, I do. I don't get paid for Russian views on YouTube. This is quite important, where there seems to be a confusion with what people are getting paid and not paid for. So if you're a non-Russian YouTuber, like my account set up in Australia, so essentially any views from the whole world, not Russia, the ads get viewed, and then there'll be obviously ad revenue from video views. So essentially, I want no Russians to watch my YouTube videos, because they basically stopped all ads on any Russian channels or any Russian videos being shown. So if a Russian is watching YouTube, or you're watching a Russian YouTuber's channel, there's no ad revenue at all. So luckily for me, a good percentage, or it's only a small percentage of viewers that are Russian. It's mostly people that I know that are Russians that are following me here, especially maybe like the neighbor, the hairdresser, my wife's friends, people who I've sort of just met where I've been filming and someone's asked to subscribe to my channel. So, yeah, so the YouTube money, like this super sticker, would go into the ad revenue of the channel. And then on the 21st of the month, so I'm being very honest about this, by the way, because there's nothing to be dishonest about. So on the 21st of the month, YouTube pays all YouTubers around the world who would have earned income from YouTube videos into their nominated bank account. So, and for me, that's my Australian bank account. So this is where it gets tricky now. So typically what we were doing before 2 months ago, we were using my Australian ATM card. My wife has joint bank account with me. So she has a card, I have a card. She has Visa card, I have Visa card. And then we could use that to make any purchases in Russia. So either take money from the ATM or tap and go wherever. So when obviously all the banking closed down in Russia, and the SWIFT payment, which is the transfer of money, then I can't use my cards here anymore. So we've found somebody in Australia. We found somebody in Australia who I send money to their bank account. So I do from Australian bank account to Australian bank account. And then she's putting money in my wife's bank account. So from her Russian account to my wife's Russian account. Does that make sense? So she has money in banks in Russia, and I've got money in banks in Australia, and we just switch for whatever the daily bank exchange rate is. So, I watched your Globus video of Jay Casey. How's it going? Food prices are very low. Are food prices government subsidized? They're not subsidized, no. I guess what you call the free market. So anybody can price anything however they like. They can put whatever markup they like. It's not subsidized in terms of, while the economy is bad, they're helping pay farmers and things like that. The one thing that the government's currently doing, though, is they're enforcing on shops not to increase the prices. Like when the ruble went a little bit crazy a couple of months ago, now it's normalized a lot. Shops quickly put their prices up to match the increase in the ruble against the dollar. So they basically said, especially for essential items like milk, bread, potatoes, flour, sugar, the government said that these prices can't go up. They've got to stay affordable for the average Russian. So does that make sense? So they're not government subsidized. Whatever the price is what you pay. That's what the shop charges you. But the government discourage businesses to inflate the prices because of the economy went up with the dollar. Told you that it is enough pretty soon to take a cruise to Tahiti, and it started as a fund for a microwave. It still is, Gary. It still is the microwave fund. It's not a cruise to Tahiti. Don't say anything to my wife. She wants to go to Thailand or Bali. Now that I've got my visa tomorrow, we can go on the plane to Thailand or Bali. So don't say that. Don't say anything to my wife about these great ideas. Don't say that. She's been chatting to a friend who lives in LA that keeps encouraging her to come to America to do work in salons in Hollywood and in wherever in LA. I imagine her friend has maybe high-end, maybe nail salon or hairdressers or something. And this friend of hers wants to get Jen over there to work there. But if you watch an old video of yours from several years ago, will you still get paid? Yes, I will. So there's no effect on that. If you're watching any of my videos on either of the two channels, the ad revenue would basically add up. So based on existing views, if that makes sense. So I guess I was going to show it, but I won't. But yeah, if you watch any old videos on this channel, or I've actually put ads on the old videos from when it got monetized initially. YouTube basically auto puts ads in for you anyway. So sometimes you don't have a choice. Sometimes you can delete them. Sometimes they auto place the ads in the videos, particularly on the live streams. You've got to go back and delete all the ads because it chucks in millions of ads in these live streams. So I purposely get rid of them. So where people are watching it on replay, it's not got ad in it really. It may be a couple, so yeah, it depends on how many people click on it. Yeah, that's a big factor in you earning ads, because if you watch maybe 5 YouTube videos in a row, it may only show you ads in 1 or 2 of those videos. You may watch a video and it's showing like 10 ads, and maybe the next video has only got 1 ad in it, or 2, or none. Some people don't choose to monetize every video that they upload, by the way. So that's just a personal thing. So yeah, I think, I don't know what the lowest, I don't know if I can even see that. Can I? Maybe. Wow. I'm just going to switch over here for a second. Actually, I'm not going to bring it up on the screen, but where is it? Now they've got an extra tab here. So the lifetime, let me just scroll right down. So the kind of the original videos that I made on this. So the Arbat Street walking tour video. There's one called Arbat Street walking tour. It's only earned 15 cents. Actually, it's only had 18 views. So it's only had 18 monetized views since ads were placed on there, and it's earned 15 cents. So the old videos, I guess, do get views, but they don't really earn too much money. It's more interesting, like the cruise channel, where I've got videos from a few years ago, but they're more searchable. Yeah, it doesn't pay the rent. Yeah, that's right. That's true. Doesn't pay the rent. Yeah, it would be nice, but not quite. Yeah, perhaps a new kitchen. Yeah, this is a rented place, by the way. This is not our apartment. So if you're asking about my green and yellow kitchen, this is the guy that we're renting off that I would imagine did the remodeling here. So he said that the last time. My sister has 2 salons in Hawaii and 2 resorts. What? Yeah, that would be pretty. Wow, that would be pretty. Wow, I would go back to Hawaii. I'd live in Hawaii. I know it's still the one thing I always tell people about Hawaii. People go about Hawaiian cruises. I mean, Hawaii's still America. So there's still a Walmart. There's still a supermarket. There's still highways and traffic lights and McDonald's. And people get off the ship in Hawaii and think it's Hawaii, like tropical palm trees, and it is beautiful, honestly and truly, but it's still America, you know. So no, have no ads on my special YouTube since I program the security system. Yeah, Gary, you're amazing. Well, that's pretty lucky you have no ads. Yeah, this is the one piece of great news for me, basically, that while I'm watching YouTube in Russia, I don't have any ads on any videos. So I'm getting essentially like ad-free YouTube because I'm watching in Russia, because they're not showing any ads to us to earn anybody any ad revenue. So all your sisters are in Hawaii for the last 25 years. Gosh. Yeah, I loved Hawaii. I was there. I took a cruise out of Hawaii for vacation. Actually, the company paid for that cruise. I asked to book a cruise for me, and they paid for it. That's how nice I was to them. You know, they gave me a free cruise. And then the other company, when I went over there, I offered to go and help out a cruise ship that needed to do like inventory in the shops. So they flew me from Belize from Belize in Central America, I guess you would call it, to Honolulu. So I flew Belize, Cozumel, Atlanta, San Francisco, Honolulu, and I did the 10-day cruise, and then I did 3 or 4 days in Hawaii afterwards, and then I flew back to Australia. Yeah, and I was just out of chance. I said, "Oh, I can go and help you do the inventory on the ship in Hawaii if you want." And I didn't think they'd take me as truth to doing it, right? And they oh, your ticket's here for you to fly to Hawaii next week, and off I went. So, do you recommend an Alaska cruise? Yeah, I do recommend Alaska cruise. I mean, if you like cruising, it would be very helpful. If it's your first cruise ever, it might be different, because what people know as cruising is cruising in the Caribbean with warm weather, with beaches, with going to have daiquiris in a bar somewhere, or margaritas, you know, in Mexican stops. Whereas Alaska, again, is America. So Juneau, Skagway, Ketchikan, these are American ports of call where the ships go to. They're very touristy when you get off, by the way. I mean, it's not America like you think of. It's Alaska. It's remote towns in Alaska. I mean, the itinerary you're going to do is very scenery intensive. So you're going to be out on deck a lot, especially when the ship's sailing maybe inside passage or it's sailing by the glaciers. So you're going to want more warm clothes, scarves, hats, beanies, maybe binoculars, maybe a bigger memory card for your camera because you're going to take a lot of photos. I mean, it's not going to be easy to take, photos of wildlife with a cell phone, but if you've got maybe a better lens, digital camera or whatever, getting off in the ports, you're going to do maybe whale watching tours or maybe float plane tours. You can do dog sledding tours. So that kind of itinerary that you're going to do for Alaska is going to be very wildlife, wilderness, glaciers, mountain itineraries. So you've got to like that part first, because if not, that's what you're doing on your cruise. You're not going to be sitting in the jacuzzi drinking daiquiris, like you would on a Caribbean cruise, with the sun beaming down. I mean, you will get nice weather because it's basically Northern Hemisphere summer, but it's just to keep that in mind. The itinerary is more what you're doing, where the ship's going to stop in the ports. Like Ketchikan there's famous for there's a shore excursion you can do there where you go crabbing on one of the crab boats from these TV shows on Discovery Channel, like the crabbing shows. So it's, I'd recommend it, but you've got to like cruising. Please don't go maybe on your first cruise ever on an Alaska cruise. Obviously, the distance to get to Seattle or to Vancouver to take the cruise is going to be a factor as well. So it may be not where you immediately live. So been to Hawaii. Oh yeah, so there you go. All three sisters are there. Oh, Sammy, how's it going? Waving to you from Russia. How's it going? Was in Hawaii for a year. Programming lovely there. Yes, completely agree. Hope that answers your question, Brian. I know it's a little bit longer than maybe what answer you like. I'm not just going to say yes or no because it's better to have a bit of a meaning behind the answer. So, Kodiak bears are there as well. Yes. Yeah, you can actually go on bear watching tours. The one thing with a lot of the itineraries, though, they don't guarantee you see wildlife. I mean, the guides pretty much know that you will or won't see things based on yesterday or the day before, but there's no guarantees with these itineraries that you will see anything. You will see things, but you may not. So, I'm still here, Dimmer. I am signing off. So, and we're on 61 likes, so we're not really gaining the likes anymore. So, all right. Okay, I'm going to go. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for watching Traveling with Russell. Thanks for the thumbs ups. Thank you for people who did super chats, super stickers. It was very nice. It was great chatting tonight. I'm glad I got back to doing a live stream after probably more than a week, or week and a half. So it was nice to be back doing it again. Again, watch other videos if you haven't watched the recent ones I've uploaded. Thanks for following the channel. If you're not subscribed, you can still subscribe. It's free. Subscribing costs nothing. Even just posting comments or thumbs ups help the channel a great deal as well, especially with the algorithm of YouTube and the shareability of the channel as well. So it gets it to more people and I don't know, makes the channel better, I guess. Thanks, Pappy. Thanks, Brian, Gary, Dimmer, Sammy, whoever the last few people are here, Rochelle. Thank you for being on Likes Watch. And as I said, thanks to people who did the super chats and super stickers. Microwave, toaster. What else did we want? Microwave, toaster. First thing. Also share, yes. Gonna answer on Telegram. Oh, thank you, Dimmer. Yes, by the way, did you notice I've asked about I was going on the Trans-Siberian Railway? What do you think? Are you gonna edit and upload the videos for me? Just a suggestion, by the way, Dimmer. So I think everyone will encourage. Oh, the Porsche, yes. Well, I don't think there's a chance to get the Porsche. Maybe just you know what I want to do really? I want to go just put a note on the dashboard of a few cars with these fancy cars that I see, just to ask them to come and take me for a ride around the streets, just to just to get my love of Porsches out the way. Can you repeat? Yeah, Dimmer. So I think we should do the Trans-Siberian Railway from St. Petersburg to Vladivostok. What do you think? I think it's a crazy idea, but I'm sure everybody in the channel will support it. Dimmer Russell will give you the VPN. Yes. Yeah, because Dimmer's blocked from a few things, so he needs to get the VPN sorted out. So, all right. End of broadcast, it says up here. So, yeah. Catch you later, everybody. Thanks for watching, and see you in another